30th, 2022. Welcome, everyone. We will start with roll call.
Commissioner Haskell,
Present.
Commissioner Taylor,
Present.
Commissioner Targ, Vice Chair Goulden,
Present.
Chair Copsill.
Here. Great, and as usual, we'll start with public comments. So these are things not on our agenda, which is basically the housing element and zoning changes. So if anybody has things they'd like to tell the Planning Commission that are not those, we'll entertain those right now. Anybody here? Go ahead, Ellen. Come up to the mic if you don't mind and say your name if you don't mind. Don't have to.
And you probably have to turn that mic on. It should be just a button. Sorry, we can come around. If we...
It's a self-service.
Thanks.
See if it's working.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, that's good.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Anyway, I'm Ellen Vernazza, and I had a couple of questions regarding the Nathorst area, and I'd like to know when and with what process was done in removing the general plan's Nathorst open space designation from 4388, the Willow Commons development. We didn't receive any notification prior to this process, and the general plan still confirms that this is open space. And if the change of the general plan process has not yet taken place, who in town has been monitoring all the trees that have already been destroyed in the designated open space and the destruction of the section of the Nathorst Creek that runs through this designated open space? And if you can start the photos, then it'll just show what I've did. And who's been in charge of inspecting this project? And I sent in a letter last week to the Planning Commission, which apparently has not been added to the agenda, with photos of the open space and what has been destroyed. So if you can see that. And while that's going, I'm just asking that before making any decisions, please consider that for over 30 years, this open space has been used by neighborhood residents and children for playing and for walking their dogs. People walk through this property daily, walking their dogs and just traveling through to get to what back in the day was John's and now Robert's. Kids have skateboarded and played on the tennis courts for years. And before that, the disrepair of the courts, neighbors would play tennis on them. Deer, turkeys, and many other animals live and travel through this open space daily. This property well qualifies for a prescriptive easement belonging to the neighbors that it has been openly and in continuously and uninterrupted use for many decades. Okay, I just want to, I'm sure you've taken into effect that if you add more high density to the Nathorst triangle, in addition to what's already being built there, that it's going to, you'll be taking millions of dollars of equity away from the properties in the Nathorst Alpine neighborhood. We have worked our whole lives here and built up equity in our homes and automatically lose a substantial percentage of our property value as a consequence of the town adding into and condensing such large amount of high density rezoning right in the middle of our neighborhood. Any rezoning is supposed to be spread across the town and in smaller increments and should definitely allow no three-story development. And someone recently said to me and it really stuck, every time someone says that we could lose control with the state, they seem to not realize that we've already lost control. Look at what we're doing. We need to use our energy and resources to challenge these state mandates, not just fold and find the easiest way to fulfill them. Thank you. And in these photos, it's showing what's in the open space, and it'll also show you at 4388 in a minute what's been destroyed. So that's the Nathorst. Oh, just skip by that one. That was weird. This is one of the parts of it, but there was one right before that that showed the creek being, that has been destroyed. So I was just wondering who is keeping track of this to see what's happening on this project. Thanks.
Thanks. And we'll take all the comments first. Let's see, I see some on Zoom, so we'll take a comment from David Cardinal.
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thanks. I want to comment on the way we as a community discuss
Dave, you cut out. We heard.
Okay, I muted again. I don't know why, but
Okay, could you
is that
start over?
better?
Yeah, now we can
Sure.
hear.
Yeah, I want to comment on the way we as a community discuss hard problems like this one, which is not our first and won't be our last. In particular, I think it's important to remember that our town staff is not an opposing political party. They're dedicated, talented people who choose to work for us, and I think they all have plenty of options. We've gotten used to throwing around terms like irresponsible and appalling when we talk about our elected representatives in Sacramento and Washington, because I don't know why, it's fun to do and maybe it helps. But I hope most of us don't use those terms in the workplace or with our neighbors. And for our town staff, this is their workplace. And for our town committee members, they are our neighbors. So I would say that comments that kind of insult and insinuate have an incredibly negative effect on the environment, the emotional environment, and our volunteer committee members. It also makes it a lot harder to try and staff committees because, it just, people are trying to do the right thing. And if they get screamed at for some or no reason, that doesn't help. And in some cases, I think the comments, while well-intentioned, prejudge the situation after a panicked read of a single document or a couple forum messages or an alarmist email. That's a great basis for being concerned, starting to form an opinion and getting involved. But I don't think it's a great baseline for jumping in and prejudging what people think who have been involved in the process for months or years and gone to maybe dozens of meetings. In particular, all 5 members of our incoming town council ran on a platform plank of civility. I personally am going to hold them to that, but I think in exchange, we, the residents, need to be civil as well. And if we're not, then we don't deserve any better from anybody who serves the town, which is unfortunate. So I really hope this discussion and others, everybody listens with an open mind and tries to learn from each other about their perspective, their experience, and the constraints we're operating under. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Dave. Anybody else here want to make a comment? Yeah, go ahead. Come up to the mic if you don't mind. Come to the mic if you don't mind, like you're doing.
Hi, I'm Ron Eastman. Thank you. I hope my comment about noise is construed as being civil. So I've written a letter with a number of comments, but the one I want to address to you tonight is my concerns about noise from heat pumps. Heat pumps, run at between 60 and 70 decibels. If you were to follow through on what is proposed in the Nahorst Triangle, the cumulative sound coming from these heat pumps is going to be equivalent to, imagine standing next to an apartment building, a moderate-sized apartment building in LA on a very, very hot summer day, with all the air conditioners running. And what you would hear. Heat pumps are air conditioners running in reverse. I looked at a sample of heat pumps that are on the market, and they run at between 60 and 70 decibels. And just for comparison, our nighttime residential sound maximum sound level is 55 decibels. So I looked at what would be the cumulative effect of the maximum number of housing units that would be massed in the, just the air conditioning, the heat pumps that would be massed in the Nahorst Triangle. And if you have a chance to look at my letter, the minimum sound level at 30 feet would be, and in most cases would exceed the 55 decibels and go as high as 67 decibels. Okay, 67 decibels is like having your vacuum cleaner, standing next to your vacuum cleaner. And the noise pollution, and this is all going to be happening at night, because that's when you're going to be running your heater. And the noise pollution that's going to come from this is going to be, it's going to be devastating to the environment, the surrounding area, both for the humans and the wildlife. And this has not been discussed, this has not been considered. And this really, really needs to be resolved. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Let me call on Rita Gomez on Zoom.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. I want to thank this group for their service as a group. I look forward to seeing what the new makeup will be. Thank you for your service, Judith and Craig, and as you move on to the council, and I look forward to what that new makeup will mean for this town. I just want to note that either group with the council or with this group to please put in a plan for the infrastructure of this wonderful town. I spent, and along with my neighbors, most of the day without any water at all. Cal Water claims that there was a notification on Monday. Seems like everyone else knew about it except for the people on this road. I did stop by and ask one of the managers to drop off some water at each person's house that is affected. And they did follow through, but water was not turned back on until about 5 p.m. So if there's ever any subgroup, I would gladly sit on some subgroup talking about infrastructure because my house, you know where my house is, and I'm affected by phone, water, electricity. I know I live in this lovely town, but I should not have to suffer this much. And my neighbors that are much quieter than me that you don't get to always hear from. I just want to mention the document that was sent to the Planning Commission yesterday. I had a deadline. There are many documents in the past year and a half that the town residents are being asked to submit comments to, but people are getting a little tired about submitting comments when we're not getting any feedback back from our comments that we are submitting. There was the one from May 13th concerning the Stanford Wedge DEIR, which we have not, as of this date, almost December, received any feedback from. So it's unfortunate because all of these issues are extremely important. We need the comments from the residents. We need the supporting documents from all of these different groups and committees and meetings, which we don't have in order to do it. But people are just kind of like, why should I comment when I'm not going to get feedback on how this makes a difference? And so moving forward, if that could be tidied up, maybe before the end of this year, maybe in the first quarter of next year, the residents would really appreciate it. And I think they'd be a whole lot more responsive if they're being responded to when they do submit comments. Thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to how this is gonna move forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Rita. Anybody else have a comment here? Let me call on Peter Lippman on Zoom.
I think he must be muted.
Hi, Peter. Oh,
Thank
We
you. It was not letting me unmute on my own, so thank you for the help.
okay,
And-
we're good.
I'd like to comment on the CEQA mitigated negative declaration that the Planning Commission was asked to review during its last meeting. And I hope I will be civil, but I confess to being somewhat perplexed by this seemingly rather bizarre process. As presented, this draft MND inferred that no significant adverse environmental impacts would result from implementation of the overall PV housing element program, but it was stated to only examine it from an upper level program perspective. But despite its title, this 308-page declaration offered, at least to my eye, absolutely no discussion of any needed mitigation issues or procedures for implementing mitigations. Instead, the commission was told that evaluation of the constituent individual components or projects would be done at a later time. but could the Planning Commission please explain to concerned town residents like me how it's possible to evaluate the likelihood of significant adverse impacts and appropriateness of proposed mitigation actions for the overall housing element program unless one considers those likely to result from the constituent individual projects? Concerns were expressed during the meeting by several commissioners and also by multiple comments from town residents, including me, that there appear to be unmitigatable adverse environmental impacts that could result from individual housing element projects, or more importantly, perhaps from the aggregate of the proposed projects. Incidentally, I just discovered that the comments from November 29 have now been posted in the web, but my comment is not there. I don't know what happened to it. It lists individual concerns about the appropriateness of the comments about the first element of the impacts in the NMD statement. Anyway, the puzzle is, if these concerns are valid, how can the umbrella housing element program factually and rationally be interpreted as having quote unquote less than significant impacts? To me, this is just not factual or logical interpretation. And I would hope that the commission would seriously worry about whether it should endorse this draft NMD proposal. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Peter. Next, Betsy Morgenthaler on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair Koffstil, and I hope all of you had a very happy Thanksgiving. This is a narrow comment, actually following on what Mr. Lippman just revealed. I too wrote a letter. I got it in yesterday at 12:30. I received an automated reply from the town that it had been received, and unfortunately it did not make your package. I don't know why, because another letter also submitted on the 29th made it. So did a letter on the 30th. I just want to acknowledge that I spent quite a few hours putting it together, went through considerable research in service and support of the tremendous work ethic that you have. Hope to be complementary to that, but I don't do it for fun. So when it doesn't make the package, it's disappointing in the extreme. So I don't know if it is on someone's desktop, if one of the staff members there can forward it to you so you can take advantage of it. It pertained to the ISMND, but the points are also material to some of the decisions tonight. Thanks so much for your time and efforts.
Thanks, Betsy. And next we have Christy Corley on Zoom.
Yes, thank you for your volunteerism, and you all have a heavy lift, and we know that. Many of the residents asked for an extension of the comments on the ISMND. Due to the Thanksgiving holiday, we wanted to spend time with our families, and I don't think a 7-day extension would have, or a 7-day extension would have really been appreciated. So in the future, just to comment back, when we do ask for extensions would be appreciated. And the reason why you would not give an extension in our case. I think we deserve to have as much time as possible. We also want to know, what do we have to say when we send a letter to get it into the packet? What do you want us to write? Do you want us to write, please put it in the digest? Do you want us to, we need to have clear instruction to get the letters exactly where we want them to go. So I have a question regarding the MND. Noticing on page 17, the environmental factors potentially affected, we had only a handful of those boxes were checked off. That being air quality, cultural resources, geology, greenhouse gas emissions, hazards and hazardous materials, noise, and tribal culture resources. The boxes that were not checked include aesthetics, agriculture and forestry resources, biological resources, energy, hydrology, water quality, land use planning, mineral resources, parks and recreation, that is a concern of ours, population and housing, public services, transportation, which is traffic noise, that is important, and utilities, service systems, wildfire, and mandatory findings of significance were not checked. So I'm wondering why those were not checked. And then the determination says, I find that although the proposed project could have significant effect on the environment, there will not be a significant effect in this case because the revisions of the project have been made by or agreed to by the project proponent. A mitigated negative declaration will be prepared. And that box was checked. So have that question and I'd appreciate the answer as to why all the boxes weren't checked. Thank you.
Thanks, Christy. Let's see, we have Dana Breen on Zoom.
Unmute there. Unmute again, 2 times unmute. Okay, I just checked and also my letter, and I spent a good day plus on my letter, is not in the packet.
Was it on the environmental review?
Are you talking to me?
Yes. What was your
Sorry,
topic?
what did you say?
What was the topic? Was it the environmental review?
Aesthetics.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Any more? I see,
A long time.
what's that?
It took a long time.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Okay.
But that tells
Thank
me
you.
why it's not in our packet. I think we'll talk about it. Yeah, okay. Okay, thanks. That I think is all the public comments. Maybe we could take a little time, Laura, and do you have answers to some of them or descriptions? I could answer some. if you
Yeah,
want.
most importantly, the comments on the ISM&D are all compiled together and the town is preparing one big response to comments. And then we received a request from Rusty Day to specifically forward his comments to the Planning Commission prior to the meeting tonight. So we did that. But all of the ISM&D comments are all compiled and being responded to by the staff and consultant team. And I'm not totally clear on all of the comments, but if I think someone's saying that their comment wasn't included what was posted online. And if that's the case, if you could reach out to us and let us know just to make sure. But we're going to double check Peter Littman and we're going to check Betsy to make sure those comments are included there. But you should not have seen your comments for the packet tonight. Those are all coming up for a future meeting.
Right, and thank you, everybody, for getting your comments in by midnight. That did assure that they'll get into the big packet that will get discussed in 13 days on December 13th. Is anything else? Okay, good. We'll go to our regular, let's see, Judith, did you have anything right now, or should I go on to the main topics?
Well, yeah, if you're gonna start the main topics, then it would be good for me to, through the chair, to make a statement.
Mhm.
We still have some public comment. Oh, maybe
Oh.
she just disappeared. Sorry. Somebody had their hand up.
Hmm.
Sorry, go ahead, Judith. Sorry to interrupt.
No worries. Yeah, so I just need to make a statement before you start the main agenda. It has recently been brought to my attention that I may have a conflict that would preclude me from taking part in the discussion on the housing element items to be discussed this evening, both topics. This issue arises because two properties being discussed in tonight's agenda that are specifically cited are located within 1,000 feet of my home at 6 Applewood Lane. These are the 4370 and the 4394 Alpine sites. Out of caution, given that I am now aware of the need to analyze this, I'm going to recuse myself from the discussion items on the agenda tonight and plan to work with the town attorney to determine whether I can participate in future discussions related to the housing element items. So if there's any comments or questions, let me know. But otherwise, what I'm planning to do is sign off as a panelist, and then I will join as a member of the public.
Thank you, Judith. We will miss you in this discussion.
Okay.
And then Judith,
Okay.
will you join at the end for the reports and the minutes and that kind of stuff?
We're not going to
I
do.
can.
minutes, but
I was gonna say, I didn't feel that the minutes, I had enough time. And I would propose to move that to a future agenda item. I'm gonna be on, so I can rejoin for the reports if that's easy to do as a panelist. Just I can log back in as a panelist at that point. But I'll be listening in as a member of the public for the substantive discussion on the current agenda. Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Judith. Great, so we will start the meeting, the bulk with the agenda items. So as everybody knows, we are working on this housing element that is due January 31st if we want to be in compliance and not hit some penalties that could be imposed. As many of you have heard me say at planning commission meetings, we're often making sausage, right? We're trying to make rules for the town, laws, and we do not discuss things in advance. Like when I'm at a company, you talk with your colleagues and you sort of see where they sit. We don't do that. We come here, we figure out the path we're going to use, we figure out what we're thinking, what we're going to do. So we're not only making sausage, we're making it in public. And I got to warn you, we are under the gun. Tonight, the meat grinders for this sausage are going to be on super high speed. It's going to be dangerous. The current town council gave directions to us, the planning commission and the staff, to get all the work done by December so that the town council or the new one could have the option to submit a compliant housing element by the date. So that's what we're working under now. We are really going to try to get all the work done on this zoning in December. So here's the conditions I want to work under. I'm really going to try to keep this meeting and the next two from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. I personally turn into a pumpkin after that, and it's hard. And I know we lose most of the public, so I hate going past 11. So we're really going to try to do that. And, you know, I know it's not the Portola Valley way, and it's definitely not the Portola Valley Planning Commission to work on a timeline and a deadline and keep things tidy and short, but that's the boat we're in right now. I'm just afraid we got to do it. I got to tell you though, if this gets just too unpleasant and just too rushed feeling, it is a policy decision that the new town council can make in January that we don't submit it in January. And we take the penalties, whatever they are, the builder's remedy. Some people think those are a risk. Other people think, no, not so much. But the new town council can take that risk, okay? So if it's just too hard to just blast away, that's the fallback. Okay, but we're gonna start off trying to blast away. So we've got 3 planning commission meetings in the next 13 days. Tonight, we're going over the general plan amendments kind of caused by the housing element. And then this voluntary upzoning program that's responsible for 12 units. You know, we've got to figure out the rules for that. That's a lot of work. We also are going to look at the revisions to the language that the HCD, the California group, gave us feedback or gave the staff feedback. I'm hoping that's short. And then we have a presentation by staff on the density bonus law, because we all have questions about that. That's not, I'm hoping we don't discuss that. We just get the information. It is what it is. Then if time, and only if there's time before 11, we'll discuss in the packet, there's item number 2 that has the latest draft that staff put together for the multifamily zoning. It's just really a preview for next week. We're really going to discuss that next Wednesday. So if we run out of time, we don't need to discuss that too much here. Then in 1 week from now, Wednesday, also 7 p.m. to 11, we are going to talk about the details of the multifamily zoning. So this is, do we have 50-foot setback from the front, 75 feet? Do we allow 8 stories, 2 stories, 20-foot setbacks? We're going to discuss all that in a week. And that's going to be the main topic on that meeting. Again, same place, same time, 7 to 11. Only 6 days after that, on December 13th, so that's on a Tuesday, that's unusual for the Planning Commission, we're going to review that environmental report, the mitigated negative declaration that many people mentioned. They stayed up till midnight to get their comments in, which is great. So we're going to talk about that on December 13th. We're also going to vote on a resolution whether to pass this whole package. I mean, it's everything. It's the housing element, it's the sites, it's the zoning, it's the environmental review. All together, we're going to vote on that on December 13th. We have our complement of planning commissioners then. The next day, 2 of our members go on to the town council. So we need to get it done by then. You know, we can pass to forward it to the town council and recommend they take this. We can recommend they don't take it. That's an option. Then when the town council gets it, they can also redecide. Nothing's set in stone until they really send it in or not. And then I just want to talk a little bit, people say to me, why are you having all these meetings? Now, I have a colleague on the Woodside Planning Commission. They're not having any meetings in December. It's not because they are finished and like coasting to the finish line. They're not having any meetings because they have no chance of having a compliant housing element by January 31st. So why kill yourselves, right? I don't know the schedule for Los Altos Hills and Atherton also have no chance of a compliant housing element by the date. They got their comments back. They have to find new sites. That's the hard part. That's what we were doing starting back in January and February. Took us a long time, but the sites is the hard part. They're back there. So we're blasting away with all these tight deadlines and all these meetings, but it's because we have the opportunity to have a compliant housing element. So we're really going to try. I know it's not the Portola Valley way. I know people are going to hate it when we try to push the times, but that's what we're going to try to do. Okay. A staff report. Can you do it in a minute and a half? I put down 40 minutes for that. We can still finish by 11 if it's in
Yeah.
40 minutes.
The staff report is going to be lengthy because we're trying to give you some background that we think people have been asking for. So let me share my screen.
And Laura, your volume's fairly low.
Okay, I'm going to try to get really close to the mic. People let me know how it sounds. Is that better?
Yeah, definitely better.
Definitely better. Okay, thank you. Let me know if it's too close because now it feels really intense here on the mic.
It sounds perfect.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, thanks. Good evening. Thanks, Chair and members of the Planning Commission for your ongoing commitment to this effort. In case anyone doesn't know me, I'm Laura Russell. I'm the Planning and Building Director. I'm here tonight with Adrian Smith, our Senior Planner, and our consultant team. Notably, we have Carla from Urban Planning Partners, and many of you may recognize Arlie, who used to be a planner here. She left a couple of years ago, and now she works at Urban Planning Partners, and she's going to be helping us with the remainder of this process as Carla goes out on maternity leave. So just wanted to bring people up to speed on that. So we are talking about, of course, the housing element update and those implementing actions tonight. So for the meeting format, we're going to do the staff presentation just a little bit different because it's a complicated topic with multiple parts. So what we'd like to do through the chair with your agreeance is staff will give the presentation in pieces and we'll take the Planning Commission's clarifying questions interspersed throughout the presentation. We're hoping that will make it easier for the Planning Commission and for the public to track our 4 different topics tonight. And then we'll have the public comments and then we'll come back for commission discussion. So an overview of what we've got left for the housing element process that the chair was alluding to. Our meeting schedule right now is December 7th with an emphasis on the zoning code amendments. This room, December 13th. As the chair just mentioned, a formal recommendation up to council, and then the town council will review for adoption in January of 2023. We also have additional upcoming information that the Planning Commission has requested from previous meetings. So just wanted to let folks know we will be providing additional information related to the Hermit Fault and the questions that were raised, related to the Moritz map and questions that have been raised on that. And we'll also be bringing back feedback from the Woodside Fire Protection District and their recommendations and how that relates to the zoning. So the meeting purpose tonight is to give the Planning Commission a review of the housing element implementation work. We've tried to reflect the Planning Commission feedback from the last 3 meetings held in October and November of this year, and we are seeking varying levels of recommendation and feedback depending on the topic. So just in case, and make sure everyone's aware, this is a study session. No final decisions will be made. This is about questions and discussion. So our topics tonight are general plan conformance amendments, and we're looking for a detailed discussion from the Planning Commission. Second is the voluntary upzoning program, sometimes called opt-in, as we've been working on this, and we're also looking for detailed discussion. We have an update on the housing element programs, and we're hoping for limited feedback, but always, of course, up to the Planning Commission to decide. Then we have density bonus law, and this is provided just for information. So we don't plan to discuss it, just give a presentation and ask the Planning Commission for any clarifying questions. So this will be background information for future upcoming meetings. So we're going to receive comments from the Planning Commission so that we can continue on this process. So first is related to general plan conformance and consistency. So a major concept of general plan law is that all of the chapters have to be internally consistent. And so they all have to have a connection, and the ideas and the changes must carry through from one chapter to another. So in terms of our general approach to the general plan conformance amendments, staff set out to make minimal changes to address only the things that are inconsistent with the draft housing element. So you've all received a summary table, and there's also a red line strikeout included in the packet with the actual general plan sections, the elements that we think need to be amended, and draft language in strikeout with some notes describing why those changes have been proposed. At this point, those are the things that we think need to be done for inconsistency, but we're interested in the Planning Commission's feedback if you think any other changes need to be made. These changes include new multifamily land use classifications, a new mixed use land use classification, the voluntary upzone program, otherwise called opt-in, and that's creating the what we're calling the fourplex development, and that's not to exceed the 12 units in total. I also wanted to point out that there's some outdated language in the existing housing element that measures persons per acre. And this is no longer permissible under current laws because we're not allowed to regulate family size. So this day and age, our modern measurement is units per acre instead of persons per acre. So we've made that update as well. We also wanted to get the Planning Commission's feedback on the new gateway land use classification. Most of you will recall that this was a suggestion that came out of the Planning Commission and was ultimately included in the draft housing element after town council review. So the idea is that there are two parcels that could be the new Gateway land use classification, and that is the Dorothy Ford Field open space and recreation area, and then the Ladera Church site that's across the street. So the allowed uses for this would include affordable housing, recreation, and open space. And the envisioned density of those two sites together would be 60 units across the two sites. So staff's proposal for the Planning Commission's consideration is to add a new classification. And what we've done is copied out, this is page 7 of the land use element. This is in the packet with the red line strikeout. And we would propose to put this new classification here with the other land use classifications. So we'd like the Planning Commission's feedback on that approach. So in summary, for the general plan amendments, these are the items that we would like Planning Commission's discussion and feedback on. First, the general approach to the amendments and addressing only the things that are inconsistent with the housing element. Second is the approach to the Gateway land use classification. And third is any other specific comments on the proposed amendments as presented in the packet. So now we'd be happy to take any clarifying questions from the Planning Commission related to the general plan amendments specifically.
Great. So I'll look to my colleagues. We're looking for pointed questions, high level, and these are just clarifying questions. Boom, boom, boom. Anybody want to go first? Or anybody have any questions? Let me leave it like that.
Yeah, I'll go. Starting with a clarifying question, and that is, there are degrees of incompatibility. So for example, we talk about Ford Field, but throughout the general plan, there are discussions of Ford Park as distinguished from Ford Field. Are these the sorts of things that we should be identifying? So, and for example, in the recreation element, it talks about Ford Park as an area for non-intensive uses. And that's different, of course, than Ford Field. Should we, is this the appropriate time to have that conversation about the sections that are called out in the staff report that are proposed for modification, or should we be treating that at a separate time?
Tonight's meeting would be the time to bring that out in the Planning Commission discussion section of the evening.
So this portion right here is just a is sort of a hiatus. Do we have any questions on issues of what the nature of consistency is?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, clarify.
Is I guess my question as so what are we doing at this moment?
That's right. Just clarifying questions on what the process or what Laura just talked about. If we have issues with what we include or don't include or the wording about it, we'll do that under our discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. John or Craig, do you have any clarifying questions? Great, we'll move on.
I do have one.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Got to jump fast
Gotta
tonight.
jump fast.
Jump
Sorry.
tonight. It's
I was okay.
no thinking.
Read page 14. I was looking where we've got, that's the table. I can show you. And it talks about when we're talking about opt-in rezoning, and it says lots subject to this program must meet prescribed screening criteria. And I wasn't sure which screening criteria we were referring to there.
Don, you want to be as close to the mic as you can.
Okay, was it hearable?
Yeah, I could hear it, but it was low.
Okay. And do we know what those screening criteria are?
The screening criteria would be laid out in the housing element itself. And it is one of the topics for the planning commission to discuss tonight, what that screening criteria would be. But it is intended to be the safety criteria.
And on red page 15, I was looking at the Nathorst triangle plan diagram. And I was the very last one, apply the community park, open space, greenway, creek designation only to the creek buffer areas. And I was a little unclear what we were doing there.
So it might help to look at the diagram as well. Let me see if I can find that page. So that's on red page. Just a second, sorry. Binder clip problems. Okay, so on red page 63, there is a diagram. And on that diagram, you can see that there are different classifications, and one of them is community park, open space, greenway, creek. And right now it is applied to the rear portion of the lot. And the proposal is to limit that so it's just the area immediately around the creek. So it does change the general plan classification for the rear portion of the site. I know a lot of residents are asking about that, so I want to make sure people understand.
So this is at the back of the lot on the corner that
Yes.
we're moving to mixed use.
Yes.
Okay. All right,
So the area immediately around the creek would still have that designation, but the rear of the lot would not anymore.
And was there, I guess if the last question might end up in discussion, the gateway designation, was there some specific reason why, it occurred to me that the Ladera Church project or place ends up as both of our affiliated housing and potentially in the gateway. And I wondered if it needed to be in both, or am I just misinterpreting that?
You're interpreting it correctly. It's in multiple places. It's in the affiliated housing program. It's in the potential sites to be rezoned and have a new land use classification, and it's in the gateway. And that provides maximum flexibility for different ways for that site to be developed. So for example, there could be an opportunity to plan and develop the town site and the Ladera Church site at the same time. And so they both get that designation. That would not limit Ladera Church from going forward with their own project. It would just provide an opportunity when site planning time comes around to program them as one potential affordable housing development.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, great. Craig, do you have any? Can we move on?
I was on the PDF. Yeah, you can move on. Thank you.
Great, okay. Thanks, Laura.
Okay, so now we're going to turn to the voluntary upzoning program, previously called the opt-in. So we took this topic to the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee at their last meeting, and their feedback varied. This is not a surprise because the feedback on this program has varied the entire time that it's been under discussion by the town. So there was generally consensus from multiple members to distinguish it from the SB 9 ordinance that's already required by state law by creating additional incentives. And there were committee members that provided examples of the types of incentives that they thought were appropriate. There was discussion that the town should limit the review process, so it isn't a disincentive for people to go through that process. Several members noted that they did not support a CUP, that's a conditional use permit process by the Planning Commission. And they also noted that HCD would likely see a conditional use permit as a constraint to that program. So staff has prepared a new approach for consideration based on the feedback that we've received through multiple different iterations of this, trying to bring these pieces together. So the currently proposed process is to have a ministerial level staff review for the safety criteria. If you're new to the term ministerial, that just means a checklist objective type of review. We propose that we revise the safety criteria to be more objective in nature and with stronger ties to the town's existing policies. So trying to create a connection to existing safety policies. Then in this proposed process, the ASCC would review for compliance with the municipal code, and this is the code reference. Those are the design standards. So this is what we would call the normal ASCC process and the normal ASCC findings that they would have for any kind of project. In terms of the development standards, we propose that the normal floor area, the AMFA or AMFA, be calculated. And then these sites get a floor area bonus of 1,600 square feet. This comes from the idea that under state law, properties are already allowed to have an ADU of 800 square feet and an SB9 unit of 800 square feet. And so we would have to give that floor area bonus of 1,600 square feet to put them on equal footing. Then there would be, under this proposal, an impervious surface bonus also of 1,600 square feet to allow more driveways, walkways, and circulation area. Many of you are familiar with the 85% rule. That says that 85% of the floor area is the maximum for the main house. And so that rule would not apply. So people would have the opportunity to build. Is there an echo? Oh, thank you. So people would be allowed to build, for example, one building that looked like a house, but would have 4 units inside of it, if that was fitting with that neighborhood and the site. Right now, we're thinking that the height and the setback of the base zoning district would apply, that parking could be uncovered. So we would not have the rule that there has to be 2 covered parking spaces in a garage or carport. And we're proposing to reduce the guest parking from 2 spaces per unit to 1 space. Keeping the normal base parking requirement for these sites. So additional thoughts about this. In terms of the subdivision of land, we would like to hear from the Planning Commission. Would you like to keep the ownership model flexible as an incentive and allow actual land divisions so that people could do subdivisions to those properties? And should we allow 4 parcels where SB9 would only allow 2? So this is an area that we'd be interested in Planning Commission feedback on. In terms of process and administration, right now we're thinking and proposing for consideration that we begin taking applications later in 2023, such as maybe in September of next year. And then we'd like feedback on whether this should be first come, first served, or we've had feedback from one planning commissioner and ideas related to a competition to be able to do this. And then, as always, as we've been discussing this over the last 2 months, the expiration of the program would be when 12 units have been developed. So here are the questions that we're going to ask the Planning Commission to weigh in on in the discussion time period. Does the proposal have the appropriate level of town review? In regards to subdivisions of land, should we keep it flexible? What's your feedback on that? Would the commission prefer the first come, first serve approach or some kind of competition for the applicants? And any other comments or thoughts that you have on that proposal? So now we'd be happy to take clarifying questions related to the upzoning program.
Okay, fellow commissioners, these are just clarifying questions.
Yes, I have one.
Okay, go ahead.
So for the discussion, there's a question on keeping the ownership model flexible. Can you remind me what the ownership model is that we're talking about there?
We're talking about the choices that people may have that are otherwise present in the law, right? So you might subdivide the land and people just separately own that land and own a building on it. So that would be physical subdivision of the land. You could have more like a condominium arrangement, and don't get scared necessarily. We're not talking about a big condominium building. We're just talking about legally condominiums, meaning that you have shared space that's owned in an HOA, and then that individual owns just a space, usually inside the walls. You could have townhouses where you have a property line that goes right down the middle. You could have tenants in common. So kind of all the different legal arrangements that you might have for ownership, should we allow all those different arrangements?
Craig or Nicholas, do you have any questions?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Nicholas.
Sure. With respect to the opt-in, there's reference to the opt-in as including or as providing for or being a fourplex. Read page 10, read page 25, for example. Can you help me understand the relationship between fourplexes and the opt-in areas? Is this an example of what could be done, or is that or is it prescriptive?
Thank you. Good question. It's meant as an example of what could be done. So we do not mean to be prescriptive. So we'd be happy to receive Planning Commission comments on that in the discussion part about what you think is appropriate.
Perhaps this is in discussion. I would only recommend going through and reviewing the language for clarification purposes. Also, with respect to the upzoning or opt-in, again, can you refresh my recollection on the use of ADUs in the context of the upzoning?
The intent, as we understood it from the town council, is to have a maximum of 4 units per site. And so we would not imagine that those units would also have ADUs. But again, open to feedback from the Planning Commission.
Is there, I understand. I think that we would probably want to clarify that and probably also have the town attorney weigh in on the interplay between an upzoning concept like we're proposing here and the application of state ADU law. I don't have anything further.
Okay, thanks. Craig, any questions from you?
Yeah. So just, following up, I had the same question Nicholas did on the ADUs. I mean, if we ended up doing property subdivision, are we going to be in a situation where each individual property owner then has a right to have an ADU? That we're not going to be able to limit it under state law? So again, question, I don't need an answer right now, but that was a concern of mine. The 85% rule, does that mean I could build one house at 100% or near 100% and 3 teeny tiny places nearby? Because I understand the example you gave was we're trying to allow it to be sort of one larger house, which includes multiple living arrangements, but it didn't seem like there's any restriction on creating a single living unit that's practically takes up the full amount. So I was just curious how we were thinking about the 85% rule. And then the additional incentives, I mean, are those specifically what we're proposing, or are they just examples of things that we might propose?
They're examples of things that staff wanted the Planning Commission to give feedback on. For the 85% rule, what we were thinking is people would have the opportunity to build all of their floor area in one building. So they would not be required to have 15% of the floor area in other buildings. but they would not be able to just build one big house. It would have to be if they were building multiple units. Does that
But, I
help?
mean,
Did I say
Could
it
you
wrong?
say that again?
Okay,
That
let
last
me,
part.
let me try to say it different. We want to give people the opportunity to build one building with multiple units in it. But if you were building a normal single-family home in town, you would still be subject to the 85% rule.
But could I put 90% in the main house for one living unit and then have, I don't know, I'm making this up as we go along, 3 800 square foot units for the other 3? I mean, you see what I'm getting at is,
Yeah, we
are we
didn't
gonna say
get
you,
to that.
you get 100% if it's one building? Or are we saying that we're just getting rid of the rule?
We'd be interested in the planning commission's feedback on that. We
Yeah.
didn't get to that level of specificity yet. We
Yeah,
can just-
okay, yeah, no problem. That was kind of the question I was trying to get.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah, are we gonna go through the sort of incentives that were listed kind of one by one? Or I guess I'm trying to understand the process that we're gonna sort of winnow this down to a proposal of, you know, the reason you might want to follow this path is for these specific ones, or are they examples and the actual incentives are going to be done at a later date?
The
I mean,
actual incentives, yeah, will need to be crafted, we think, to include with the housing element. We think that that's the best approach to it. If we're not able to accomplish that, we can come up with alternatives, but we were hoping to formalize them in the housing element.
Okay, so your desire is that the planning commission weigh in on specific incentives, not just the concept of additional incentives.
Correct, yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep, great. Okay, I have no clarifying questions.
Okay.
Item 3, the next one.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about housing element programs. So this is a chapter of the housing element talking about the commitments that the town is making into the future and then in the 8-year time period. So the HCD comment letter spoke to the programs, and this is a comment that everybody got. We heard from all of our colleagues, and it must demonstrate that they will have a beneficial impact within the planning period. So that's the 8 years, and must include meaningful and specific actions and objectives. So the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee directed staff to add detail and add comprehensive actions, timelines, and objectives. So we also wanted to point out that HCD identified specific programs for revision. And I'm hesitating, you see that look on my face, because I'm afraid I made lots of changes to this before this meeting. So I just wanted to make sure I had the latest things I wanted to share with everyone. So staff began updating those programs as soon as we had that meeting with HCD so that we could start to get ahead of that. So our intent was to add detail to the programs without substantially changing the policies. So in the packet, there's a red line strikeout and a clean version of the draft that we've produced so far. We're not saying that this is complete, but we wanted to give everyone a sense of the kind of revisions that we think are necessary so that we can carry on with that work and do what HCD is looking for. So we presented those draft updates to the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee, and they supported staff's approach. And that is that staff would implement changes to the program language, and then we would identify changes with policy implications and bring those forward for discussion. So our question on this is, does the Planning Commission agree with this approach? So you'll be able to see in the packet, what we did was we broke some of the programs that were kind of grouped together more into outline form. We included more specific language about exactly what we were going to do and when. And we've heard that HCD is looking for the town to be really accountable for these things, and we would be required to provide updates every year in our annual progress report. So we wanted to see, show you the types of updates we're talking about, get your feedback on that general approach, and make sure that the Planning Commission feels comfortable with staff continuing to do that. So I'd be happy to take clarifying questions related to the programs.
Anything quick on this? I have nothing. I assume nobody else has anything?
I just have one quick one. Laura, do you have a sense for what the cost of this unfunded mandate is going to be? Because I mean, you know, at some point, depending on how detailed this reporting is, this could be a significant effort on staff's part.
It is a significant effort. We haven't attempted to put budget numbers to these things. We will be creating more of an implementation matrix. So there's a version of it right now in the housing element, but as we're going into much more specifics, we're going to try to put this all together in a way that we can see how it spreads out over the 8-year cycle. I can tell you that other jurisdictions are also really concerned about this because HCD wants us to front load a lot of the work early in the 8-year cycle, but it's just not feasible because of staff resources and for funding reasons. So we're going to try to, you know, hit that good spot, excuse me, of meeting the requirements of the law and having something that is implementable by the town. And hopefully, you know, with not too much more significant cost. But your point is very well taken.
Yeah, great. And I know it sounds like it's even more work, but it would be nice if we could get some rough idea of how much staff time is going to go into the ongoing reporting. I mean, I know you can't give us an exact because it's, you know, it's a lot of moving parts, but by the time we get to sort of a final proposal, I'd like to see at least a rough idea of the costs of doing this compliance.
I have one quick question.
Okay, good.
So in the so mostly I'm looking at attachment 3, page red, and for example, red page 83, and under the programs like 1.1A, 1.1 B, and 1.C, you have specific numbers of units associated with those. Do those map directly to the charts we've been circulating?
Yes, that's our attempt to do so.
Okay.
Because they want to see numeric values associated with the actions. And so we've tried to assign our RENA allocation into these programs so they can see the connection between the sites, the RENA numbers, and the programs.
Perfect. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thanks, Laura.
Okay. Okay, here comes the least fun part. Okay, everybody, I'm going to do my best. This is a complicated topic. So we're going to talk about density bonus. Okay, so we're going to try to get through this. And if we've got questions, we can also refer to the town attorney. Okay, so state density bonus comes from the California Government Code. And here's this code reference. And density bonus has been around for a long time, but it's been amended, especially in recent years, to become more and more favorable towards affordable housing development. So there's been very often there's been changes in recent years to this. And so if a developer includes affordable housing units, they are entitled to certain benefits. And the categories of these are density bonus, actually more units, incentives or concessions, waivers or reductions, and reduced parking ratios. So first, looking at density bonus itself. In the packet, in those materials, there's this big chart. And so we wanted to give you some idea about how this chart works. And I can tell you that if you don't do this all the time, it is really confusing. There's also information from the town attorney that we included in the packet to try to understand some of this. So a density bonus entitles a developer to build more units than would otherwise be allowed by zone. So an example here, if the max density by zone is 20 dwelling units per acre, a 50% density bonus allows a developer to construct 30 dwelling units per acre. So to qualify for any density bonus, the project must be at least 5 units. Okay, so that's important. So the voluntary upzoning program would never be density bonus projects because it's limited to 4. Second, any affordable rental units must be deed restricted and required to be affordable to lower income people for at least 55 years. And that's according to all the formulas that we've been talking about this whole time as part of the housing element process for affordable housing. If they're affordable for sale units, then they must be sold to income qualified owners. So again, lower income people, according to those formulas we've talked about, and subject to an equity sharing agreement. So the way this normally works is the value that they can accrue in their house is limited. They don't get the full market rate value if that unit goes up. And then that unit, is when it's sold, is sold to another lower income household. So to look at the sliding scale chart, so this is just zooming in a little bit, and then this is in the packet. I know it's hard to read here, but there's an affordable unit percentage on the far side, and then there's different amounts of density bonus as you go along the different columns. So you get a 50% bonus if 15% of the units are very low income, for an example, or if 24% of units are low income. So you can kind of see how you can move across the chart, or if 44% of the units are moderate income. And there's been a lot of question about the highest level of density bonus. Most of the time, the density bonus only goes up to 50%. So there's been questions from the public, like when can you receive the 80% bonus? And this is a change in the state law in the last couple of years. And only if the project is 100% affordable to lower income people can it receive that 80% bonus. So next, a little bit about the incentives or concessions. So this is one of the categories, those go together. And again, this is an area that's changed in state law in recent times. So an incentive or concession is a reduction of or a modification to site development or design standards. It also talks about approval of mixed use zoning in some cases, or other changes to a regulation that results in identifiable and actual cost reductions. So this is an important phrase in the law. It has to result in identifiable and actual cost reduction. So in terms of those incentives or concessions, again, they're limited by the percentage of lower income units. So this table shows that the number of incentives and concessions that you get has a relationship to how many very low income, or moderate income units you provide. So for an example here, if you have lower income percentage is 10%, then you're entitled to 1 incentive or concession. And I'm sorry, I want to go back. These are just some examples of the types of things that people may ask for an incentive or concession. So for example, this is a diagram kind of like the zoning code that we're looking at that shows setbacks, that shows height. So these are the types of things that people may ask for. There's also cases where people will ask for a fee waiver from the town as an incentive or concession, or other items that make that development possible. So then looking at waivers or reductions. In previous versions of the law, these two categories had more distinction between them. It's getting a little bit blurrier to understand what's an incentive or concession compared to what's a waiver or a reduction. So when we're talking about waivers, if there's any other town development standard that would physically prevent, so this language that's come up in other laws, to physically preclude the project from being built at the permitted density and with the granted concession or incentive, then the developer may propose to have those standards waived or reduced. So if they, let's say on the previous chart, we found out they're entitled to 1 incentive, now they're allowed to build that into their project. And if there's something that physically precludes them from building the project at that density, then that regulation has to be waived. There are very limited exceptions to concessions and waivers. So the town can refuse a concession or incentive if it can establish it would not result in an identifiable and actual cost reduction. So it has to be something that makes the project financially possible to do it. So that's the actual cost reduction. And so that has to enable the developer to provide the affordable units. So the only way to limit those is that the town would have to have substantial evidence that granting that concession or waiver would do one of these things: have a specific adverse impact upon public health and safety, have an adverse impact on any historic resource, or be contrary to state or federal law. So those are the only reasons that the town would not be able to grant a concession or waiver. And this is the rare case where the burden is on the town to establish that that exception applies. So most of the time in zoning, it's the burden is on the applicant to prove to the town that the project complies with its local requirements. In this case, the burden is on the town to prove in the record that one of these exceptions applies. So the assumption is always that density bonus will govern unless you can prove otherwise. And last is the reduced parking ratio. And so density bonus law sets out these parking ratios for studio and 1 bedroom is 1 space, for 2 and 3 bedrooms is 1.5 spaces, for 4 bedrooms is 2.5 spaces. And there are also some reduced parking maximums based on proximity to transit and some other rules, but most of those would not typically apply in town, but there are some nuances to this as well. So here's some example scenarios. We went back based on the Planning Commission's previous discussion and tried to find a way to represent to the Planning Commission and to the community, how do we visualize this? So we tried to think about ways to model it for you, but it's almost impossible to guess what types of concessions or what kind of waivers people might apply for. But we wanted to make sure everybody has a realistic expectation of what could be possible. So walking through these 3 example scenarios, a project with 1 to 4 units, there's no density bonus impact because it's less than 5. Next is a 20 unit project. So thinking about how the density bonus works for the number of units. Imagine we start with 17 market rate units and 3 low income units. Then we would go to that table that I showed you. And that table tells us that 15% low income entitles that developer to a 27.5% density bonus. Okay, so we take 27.5% of the total number of units, 20, and then we get 5.5. But in density bonus law, we always round up. So then we add 6 density bonus units. So in this scenario, there could be a total of 26 units. 23 of those would be market rate units and 3 would be low income units. Then the third scenario is a 10 unit project, and we chose Ladera Church as this example, but I want to make it clear to everyone, they have not indicated to us that they are interested in doing this. Okay, so they have indicated that they're interested in developing about 10 units. But still, we wanted to give you an example that you could try to start to imagine how something like this would play out. So imagine that we start with 10 low income units. Remember, as I said earlier, this is the rare case when you have 100% affordable that entitles the church to an 80% density bonus. This 80% would not apply in other cases unless it's 100% affordable project, according to all the definitions we've been talking about through this process. So then you would have 8 density bonus units, 80%, right? You can get to the 8. Then you have a total of 18 units. Those 8 density bonus units could be market rate. So then you would have 8 market rate units and 10 affordable units. And again, Ladera Church would not necessarily wish to do this, and they have not indicated to us that they would be wanting to do this. But we wanted to provide scenarios for the Planning Commission and the public to start to think through how density bonus law works. So our goal for this kind of update preview, we've talked about density bonus before, but it's complicated, is we wanted the commissioners and the public to be able to reference this information when the zoning amendments are discussed next week and as we have the whole package together. So that's the informational presentation we have for you, and we'd be happy to take any clarifying questions.
Can I ask one, can you go back? Yeah, can I work on this 20 unit project? I feel like the number of units, I'd live with that. Like, oh, we thought it was going to be 20, now it's going to be 26. What I really hate, and I think everybody does, is tell me how the, if we have 75-foot setback and 2 stories and good setbacks on the sides, and you can fit 20 units, let's say, modest ones, like 1,000 square feet. What keeps somebody from coming back and saying, oh, and the new 6 ones are luxury, 5,000 square foot units, we need 2 more stories, it's got to be 4 stories now.
So we don't have to allow them to make those into luxury units. And so the point of the density bonus law is to make the low income units feasible and make sure that they're financially feasible and that the projects work out. And so we don't have to grant them things to make the market rate units nicer.
Okay, so can we say, like, when they come back with 26, like, well, yeah, fine, but you still got to fit it in our, you know, our building envelope. And if they say, oh, no, we can't, say, too bad, make the units 800 square feet, 500 square feet. What leverage do they have to demand higher building or looser setbacks? Or
They have the leverage if the issue is to accommodate the number of units. But I think your question about like how big the units are and what are the assumptions, that's a really good one. Cara, do you have any input on that one?
Yeah, that's where the concessions and incentives and the waivers come into play. And it used to be the case where the density bonus statute itself and the case law was very restrictive and only permitted additional units if the project as a whole could not accommodate the affordable housing units except for building these additional market rate units. And what typically would happen is a pro forma would be produced and the city would look at the economic analysis and feasibility, and there was some give and take. That's you know, as Laura said, that the law has changed, and for the most part, courts have put the onus on the town to justify why certain concessions or waivers should not be granted. And so typically when an applicant comes forward with a request to build additional market rate units, that will also come with a related request for concessions or waivers.
I see, so I'm still unclear if we have certain rules and then somebody wants to use the density bonus, do we need to worry? Should I worry about if we have a 2-story limit that somehow it's going to turn into 3 stories and right up against Alpine because?
Right. Yes, that it's the dense, if there is no other way to accommodate the project as proposed under the existing regulations, then the applicant can ask for a concession or a waiver to on the applicable regulation. So if there's a 3-story limit, or excuse me, if there's a 2-story limit, or if the height is 50 feet, they could seek a concession or a waiver to to essentially supersede those existing zoning regulations.
I mean, you can always make the units smaller, right? Down to some limit. They could fit the 26 if they made each of the units only 700 square feet. Why can't we just say, sure, you can get 26, but you'll just have to make them small?
Right. So, and that used to be the case, but as you know, the law really has changed, and it's getting more difficult to do that. So unless there's a health or safety reason, or those other, findings that Laura had mentioned, if it affects a historic resource, then the town could deny the project as proposed. But other than those three findings, it's difficult to do.
So we should kind of imagine that if 20 units could be built in whatever zoning, next meeting that we come up with, that then if they ask to build 6, that building will kind of swell to 26 parts of 20. And that means it either is going to go higher or into our setbacks that we wished for. Is that right?
If obviously, in order to invoke density bonus law, they have to deed restrict certain units, and that is not always feasible. If you're building a $2 million condominium, it's very difficult to attach, a couple of rental units essentially that are available to a very low or a low income household. So there's a practicality aspect to it that really needs to be analyzed as well. It doesn't always pencil out. There are lots of applicants who do not use density bonus for a variety of reasons.
And then my last question, I know we can't count any of this density bonus in our RHNA number, but if they actually got built, can we revise our housing element and subtract off, let's say in that middle case, 6 units from somewhere else?
Yes.
We can. Okay, so if we.
Yes, and density bonus units can be counted in a housing element if there's a track record of having multifamily development that routinely incorporates additional density bonus units. But we didn't feel that in our history, the town's history, since we only really have one approved density bonus project, that we were able to justify using density bonus units in our RHNA allocation.
Okay, thanks. Looks like you have a question, John.
I do have a question. So the reason I think we keep coming back to density bonus is, we're looking at the housing plan that we turned in, which obviously not everybody's happy with, but then we're saying, oh, it could be even bigger because of density bonus. But didn't we kind of turn in the minimum needed to meet our RHNA numbers anyway? In which case, it's not like we could reduce what we turned in to count on density bonus. So I'm sort of coming around thinking there's nothing really we're going to change about our plan, whether or not, because density bonus is there regardless, and we can't turn in anything less.
Yeah, I think that's an accurate way to think about it. Density bonus just exists as part of the context that we are working in. And as Cara mentioned, from a practical point of view, some communities see it implemented a lot, but most don't see it implemented a lot because of the different constraints on it. Do you know what I mean? It actually hasn't been a very well-used tool, which is one of the reasons why the law keeps getting more and more favorable towards affordable housing, to make it more of a commonly used tool. So it just exists in our backdrop. And in terms of what we submitted to HCD, we had a lot of discussion about the buffer. People have differing opinions about that. But in terms of the density of the sites that are in our draft housing element, I agree, I would characterize them as what we had to submit to be in compliance with the law. And so there is not much we can change about this, but it could have a bearing on how the Planning Commission visualizes the zoning code amendments. And thinks about, you know, what the concessions or waivers might include, right? And we can't code around it. We know that it may happen, but it's good to keep in mind the types of things that may happen. And in your thinking, just put that in the back of your mind as we're analyzing different scenarios.
I guess one last question was, I'm trying to verify that my understanding is regarding the potential development or in the Ford Field area, because that's town-owned property, we would actually control the development, and things like density bonus wouldn't be a factor, but unless for some reason the town council chose to allow it.
That's correct. So thank you. That's a very good point. For everyone that's listening, the Ford Field open space site is owned by the town, and the town would have the ability as the owner to say, we are not using density bonus on this site. And that's what we would anticipate. And we would anticipate that project being developed through some kind of public process for the town. And so it's completely separate from this conversation we're having.
Good. That's a good point.
That's it.
Craig, do you want to go? Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I got a couple. I mean, is there any limit to the number of waivers? Like, can I ask for a height waiver and a setback waiver at the same time?
Yes, you can. If those waivers are required to physically accommodate that number of units.
Okay. And then what constitutes an exemption? Like you said, you get one exemption, but I mean, how narrowly defined are exemptions? Can I say, well, I want all the setbacks to be reduced by 15%? I mean, what is it that you're getting an exemption on?
Oh, that's a good question. In the incentives and concessions category.
Yeah.
Tara, do you want to speak to that in any of your past experience?
Yeah, we've had lots of debates over that issue. Some towns are very strict about how they interpret an incentive, and as a result, what happened is applicants then said, okay, then we're not going to ask for this to be characterized as an incentive. We'll just call it a waiver, and their applicants are entitled to unlimited waivers. So in reality, if the project needs, multiple setback waivers, the applicant will typically characterize those as waivers as opposed to concessions or incentives.
Okay. And then the other question, or another question, didn't we have something that affordability was based on the number of dwelling units per acre? Like once you got to 20, didn't you get to consider them all affordable?
That is a concept in the housing element law that people refer to as the default density or the Mullen density. And so that's for the purposes of planning for the housing element numbers. So that's just kind of a safe harbor or a commonly used number. If you reach that default density, then HCD will accept that there's a likelihood of affordable housing units being constructed there. That's different than when actual projects come in with specific proposals. Whatever they propose is what applies to density bonus.
Okay,
So just because something is at the default density with certain assumptions in the housing element doesn't mean that you automatically get that when you come in, that when that project is applied for, you evaluate it based on that proposal.
okay, so we get to count it against the housing element, but if somebody we don't automatically say that something that's 20 20 dwelling units per acre, you don't automatically get an 80% density bonus. It's only if the actual project has 100% affordable.
That's correct. And that's a
Okay.
very important point that I have heard people be confused about in the past. So those are separate things and you said it correctly.
Okay, and I think John sort of got to my other question in a different way. I was just wondering is, why don't you just sort of limit the zoning per dwelling units per acre so that if you add the 15% density bonus, you kind of get back to what you're actually looking for? But it sounds like in terms of the housing element, we need that number independent of the density bonus.
That's correct. We have to have some projects, some sites at that default density. And we also have to show that, it's reasonably feasible to be able to develop those sites.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the waiver stuff seems pretty problematic, but thank you.
Nicholas, do you have any clarifying questions?
Sure. Do ADUs get to be counted as, could they be affordable units?
In what context? To qualify a project for
Yep.
density bonus? So that's, are you saying in a scenario maybe where there's SB9 and ADU units? Because otherwise we wouldn't get to any, we would never get to 5, I guess, on a site to qualify for density bonus units.
I don't know that. So for example, if I'm in an opt-in area, getting back to my earlier question, if I'm in an opt-in scenario, do I get to have an ADU
Well, I
under
think,
the state ADU law?
well, I think your earlier question was well received for us to confirm. We think it's possible because in SB9 law, we can restrict to a certain total number of units. So we need to look into that for your earlier question. But I don't think there's a scenario where we get above 4 units, or that's certainly not our intent, that the opt-in units would get above the 4 units so that density bonus would apply.
So I know that for SB9, I have a specific limitation. Here, I don't have a specific limitation and I'm not under SB9. So my question, and you have it exactly right where I'm going, is if I'm opting in and I have an extra couple of ADUs, I now can deed restrict some number. Maybe I'll deed restrict 2 of my ADUs that I have on my property. And I now have a 30% affordable project, and I'm eligible for kind of interesting density bonus land. So, Cara, you know exactly where I'm going on this. And so this is let me suggest that we may want to think about this, and the outcome of that question, could be significant. I don't have an answer, and it's an authentic question. I don't think this is SB9. I don't think we're operating in SB. I think we're operating under a general zoning authority as opposed to a specific state statute. So I just would ask you to consider it and make sure that we're not opening ourselves up for something more than we might want. If we're in a CUP kind of context, then I don't really care. But if we're ministerial and we have an ADU overlay, then I care a lot.
Thank you for that.
Great, thanks, Nicholas. Okay, I think we're gonna take comments from the public now on this it's agenda item 1, but it had 4 subparts. So I'd be happy.
Yeah, and then just through the chair.
Yep.
I just wanted to share this slide that we can come back to in the discussion time.
Oh, yeah.
So
good.
this is the summary of just the questions to help you think through some of these topics. So
That's-
we've got this for later on these 3 topics when we come back to this.
But that is great. Thank you. Good to have a focus. Go ahead, Ellen. Yeah, I got to come up. Sorry, say your name again. People are recording.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Laura. Okay, my question is, you're saying, if I understand this correctly, if there's 20 units an acre that is proposed, the developer could really have 22,000 square foot units. If we don't have any way of limiting the floor space, he could have 4 stories if he wants. Is that correct? Or am I just missing something here that it just doesn't seem like we have any?
But we'll collect the questions like we usually do and then
Oh,
answer them. all
Okay,
at the
that's
end.
great.
I think we'll have a,
That's my question.
we'll
What,
have a good answer to that. Yeah,
what can we limit?
Yeah.
Thank you.
great. Let me go to one on Zoom now. Rita Comas.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. Well, first of all, I see that there are 38 attendees, and is that including the 12 staff or other people that are on there? And how many people are in the room? Do we have 50 people altogether? So the people that are on Zoom have no understanding if there are 50 people in that room.
Yeah, you
But
got to
what I
come
wanna
here
talk-
and see.
Well, yes. And thank you for offering me some childcare. I appreciate that. So for the concessions, I just want to talk about the concessions and the density bonus. Who will monitor that in Portola Valley? Who will be looking at the income levels and the income ranges of the people? Who's going to be managing all of this? And even for reduced parking, there's a couple of the locations, you can say reduced parking, but we have no bus service. We have no public transportation in our beautiful town. And you're going to get people parking on Alpine Road or over at Ford Field. And who's going to be controlling that? We can't control the parking over at Windy Hill. So I'm not sure, we seem to be biting off a lot here. And our general plan says that for affordable housing, it needs to look like everything else in town. It should not be less. And historically in America, people that have less, their houses are built in more unsafe areas or unsafe situations or not aesthetically pleasing. And with this, CEQA exceptions, with these density bonus concessions, how are we going to be treating these? Some of them are current residents in our town that would be living in these houses, and others will be new residents. And I think we need to really look at this before this is approved to make sure that these people have some beautiful housing, just like the beautiful housing that is in this town. And it's very safe. Without having the safety element done first, we need to really look at the locations and what concessions we're giving. We should not be giving concessions to make people unsafe, including the current people that live in this town. Thank you.
Great. Ron, did you want to go?
Okay, I have a comment and question, and for my comment is, I think if you're going to, I think your job is to assume the worst, like, just like in the safety element, you have to assume that we have a fire risk. Doesn't mean the town's going to burn down, but you have to assume it can happen. And so you have to assume that the density bonus is going to be taken. If you're going to allow it to happen, then you should need to plan for what happens if it's taken. And so that means one thing, you need to plan for parking. So my question is, at what point in this process does anybody stop to figure out where all the extra cars are going to go from the Hawthorns and the potentially 43, not counting the Willows, the 43 additional housing units with potentially with parking concessions. I mean, they're going to end up parking on Nat Horse, the two Nat Horses, Hillbrook, and those are narrow streets. Our street, we allow parking on both sides of the streets. Occasionally somebody has a big house party and you can barely get by, and just a narrow residential car. How is a hook and ladder truck going to get up our street? And at what point is that considered, is that model that you just rezone and then think about it later? It's, I'm disturbed nobody's asked about this tonight, because this is a safety question of critical importance. All right, thank you.
Great, thanks. Let's see. Any more comments here? Yeah, come on up.
Yeah, Peter Drager, and with regard to 20 units of housing per acre, and the idea that this is potentially accommodative of low-income housing. Once again, it is naive to assume that this will not be taken to its extreme by some developer, by somebody who doesn't care for Portola Valley, and by somebody who understands that when they do adopt this standard, do take advantage of this zoning and seek their concessions. They're not seeking the concessions from Portola Valley. They're not seeking them from our governance in any way, shape, or form. They're looking for their approval from the state. And the state is going to be very accommodative of what they want. They're not going to care about what Portola Valley wants. So just remember that.
Thank you. Any more questions on Zoom or here? Comments?
Tammy Cole, 145 Northhorst. You talked about taking away the open space from the buffer of the back 4370. You asked that question, John, to limit just to the creek area, kind of like it was nothing. Do you realize that was put in the PV general plan for a reason, to protect the residential property around from fire, severity, noise, light, traffic? Just like Kara said, we will lose control. The reason that we're talking about this is because of the bonus density, or possibly having 3 stories, like Ann said, that was put there to protect us in the days ahead that might happen. Me, Bob Allen, Ford, all around, all Northhorst, all Applewood, all Alpine. So it's not just being concerned with the 3 stories on Alpine for the scenic corridor. It's trying to focus more on town-owned land so we don't lose control. And I addressed this last week or the week before, to please, that's the way that we can keep the control of the bonus density. And that's really what we're trying to do here. And I really, one other comment I wanted to make was that all residents in council, including Judith Haskell, should be able to speak on this issue. We're all citizens, you're on the council. She has just as much right to anyone else to be able to speak on this. I don't think it's a conflict of interest. If it was closer to John's house or Ann's house, would she not be able to speak if it's going on the other side of the town? No, it's all relevant here. So you were talking about bonus density and concessions. Where is our bonus? Where is our protection? Where is our incentives as taxpayers? I don't agree with rushing this process that affect this community's largest investments. For what? To have no evacuation plan yet, to put us in increased fire danger by getting our fire insurance canceled. We want you, please, to all have realistic view of the position you are putting us in. For us to put our families in danger and sacrifice our privacy, safety, changing the general plan whenever it is inconvenient with your plan to satisfy the state. So please look again at town-owned land so we can keep control. So you do not lose what we're talking about, this ridiculous bonus density that's going to happen. We see it already. I live right behind Willow Commons. We're hoping to walk that. The creek is crushed, the trees are gone, Willow Commons, the willows are crushed. So I'm begging you to realize that these people that are coming in, we have to think the worst. Just like the Dragger said, we have to think the worst. And that is in this case. So thank you for listening to me.
Thanks. Christy Corley on Zoom.
Thank you. I'm wondering if you could limit the ceiling height in multifamily, multi-mixed unit dwellings, which could keep the height what we more expect it to be. For example, if it's 8 foot is the California law, and we decide to say, well, we're not going to limit the height when we have 3 stories, and they come in with 11 foot ceilings, and now the building just got higher in addition to bonus density law, because between the rooms, you need 18 inches to build, and then a roof needs to be 2 feet on top of that. The other question would be, where do the measurements start? Do they start at ground level or finished ground level? These are all objectives and standards before we even accept. We can't just say 3 stories. We need to know our standards and objectives before we even accept the 3 stories. So when I read 3 stories and the objectives will come later off to the side, it just was not enough information to make a vote on the maximum height of 42. So I sent a memo to the Planning Commission, but I also think the public needs to know that Los Altos has on First Street 35-foot max, and then their buildings went up to 60 due to bonus density. And then on El Camino, their max was 45, and their buildings went up to 70. No, I think the 35 went up to 63, and the 45 went up to 70. So we do need to put maybe lower maximum limits in expecting bonus density. Because I'm even, I didn't know if the church will be forced to go above their wanting 10 when you zone it to 20. Will the state be forcing them to go up if they're using, say, Habitat for Humanity? So what are the laws around that? So were we wise by putting in a 50 unit, 100% BMR? Because that's going to take us 80%, higher. So
Thanks. Thanks, Christy. Next, Betsy
I
Morgan.
wasn't done. Wait.
Your time's up, Bill.
You stopped me 2 seconds early.
Okay, go ahead, 2 seconds.
Okay, so I'm proposing that we use the League of Cities to do a survey for us. I want to know the maximum building height of all cities in Santa Clara Valley and San Mateo County, and so we can know what other cities are doing, so we make good decisions. Thank you.
Okay, there was no way you were getting that in 2 seconds. Betsy Morgan Taylor.
Yes, thank you, Chair Costello and Commissioners. The letter that I wrote yesterday and is a part of the EIR response is relevant here because the EIR that we are submitting is a project approach, and quoting from EIR language, it ensures consideration of cumulative impacts. I wanted to draw our attention to that because I'm in accord with other commenters tonight that are very concerned about overflow parking. I included in my letter census data about cars per household in Portola Valley and also in communities that have half of our income. All of them are well over 2 cars per household. So to advocate or think that we can allow 1 car per household at least, because Portola Valley right now runs 2.5 cars per household, to think that we're going to put the rest of them on the road is a monumental safety issue. But I also want to say that we have an important out here, and Laura showed a slide tonight that said that the town may provide on evidence that granting a concession or waiver would have a specific adverse impact upon public health and safety. So I would just urge us to accelerate and put the kind of quality of attention and staff time and committee time into our safety element that we are affording our housing element, because that is where all of our leverage seems to be. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Next, Dana Breen.
Hi, you guys. 4 quick things. The 85% rule that Laura talked about earlier has really to do with the aesthetics of the town. The purpose of the 85% rule is to reduce massing so that it looked like we had buildings of cottages and barns. So there is significance to that. Secondly, the plan, I think, as we go forward, we need to plan for the density bonuses, plan for the most. As you're going into the redlining for the general plan, you need to plan for the most. And then back to the general plan map. Who can change the general plan map? So I mean, doesn't that need to be with the people? And then back to Tammy Cole's comment about Judith. I mean, I certainly understand Judith needing to recuse herself from the Nathorst vote, but she should absolutely be involved in the housing element decisions. So that's very, very important. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Dana. Next, Margaret Blair on Zoom.
Can you hear me?
Yes, great.
Good evening. I would just like to make a comment. I've made this many times on these meetings. I have to say I'm on Wyndham Drive, so I lived through the nursery situation. But the bonus density laws are made for the developers. They're not made for towns. And we also need to be aware that their concessions can include not just numbers of housing and heights, but it can also include environmental, parking, architectural design. There are many parts of this that we need to be aware of. And I have to say, I will follow Betsy and other people. The safety element of having cars double parking or even single parking on some of our Portola Valley roads, there is no way an ambulance or a fire truck could get through. So I think there's a lot more thought that has to go into what we're dealing with. And I would go back to Craig's statement a number of meetings ago that this is something we can spend time looking at. I don't think we have to basically sort of throw ourselves into the ocean. So thank you very much.
Good. Let's see, I'm not seeing any more hands or, oh, no, one here. Go ahead, Bob.
Bob Adams, this is fairly short. A couple of things. One is in the packets, we didn't see the petition that was submitted or any letters from Chuck Reed. Are those letters, have they been received?
I got one from an attorney, Chuck Reed.
Yeah. And the petition from the Nathorst area.
Yes, they were received.
So, but the planning commission hasn't seen them.
Correct, not yet.
Okay. And then the other thing is, as far as what we're trying to do, the biggest thing we're looking to do is trying to lower the elevation. So that's the 2 stories and reduce the density. There are other things we're going to ask for, but to me, those are the two biggest things. The other is I just wanted to give you an example of something that was given to you in the last meeting. In the last meeting, you had a picture of something that came from the Thessing property and a kind of an outline of what they could propose. And so I have a picture here that I'll give to you. That's a picture of what they did in Saratoga. And this is what we're trying not to have. So I'll just give it to each of the commissioners. Thank you.
You can leave it with us and we'll make sure everybody gets it. We can provide it electronically too.
Great.
Given the digital record.
Yeah, yeah.
Go ahead, Rusty. Not on these topics. If we get to the, what's labeled number 2, which is draft zoning code amendments part 3, then there will be public comments on that. But if it's 11 o'clock when we get there, we're not going to do that because it's really part of the next meeting.
Thank you.
And then there wouldn't be public comments.
So that helps me frame my comments. I just have 2 comments then that I want to make. First of all, it's remarkable that we just held an election and the single largest vote getter is recused from these issues, both on the planning commission and obviously, if that's the basis, on the town council. I think that's a metaphor for what's wrong with this process. Now, if I'm correct, I believe that 2 other commissioners have previously recused themselves because of the Stanford project. So does that mean they're also recused from this consideration? So now we're down to 2 planning commissioners. We're going to work on this. I think Commissioner Kopsil, you recused on Stanford. I think Commissioner Targ recused on Stanford. So why is Commissioner Haskell recused, but you're not? The other comment I want to make is about hearings. I've sat through probably 15 or 20 town council and planning commission hearings going back 3 years on this process. And I haven't yet seen anyone given the opportunity to make a presentation to the town council or to the planning commission other than staff. I think you need to allot some time for presentations, half-hour presentations, 45-minute presentations by the Knothorse Triangle. Let them put together their story and come in here and make a presentation to you. Or the 600 residents who signed a petition to the town council about fire safety and what we need to do to enhance our standards to protect against wildfire. Why aren't you giving them an opportunity to come in and speak to you for 45 minutes to make a presentation to you, to teach you and illustrate to you what their concerns are, so that you don't fragment them across 3-minute sessions, gripe sessions, where you get highly frustrated residents because they can't possibly convey to you in 3 minutes what they want to say to you. And that means let's slow down. Now, I understand that you all think that you have a January 31st deadline. But if you go back and read what HCD sent us on November 9th and what they said, that's not a drop dead deadline. I encourage you to go back and read the letter. We need to get this process right. The citizens and residents in this town deserve to be heard, and they deserve to be given the opportunity to present their case. You need to consider it. I've never seen a legislative body spend all of its hearing time listening to its chief of staff tell them what to do. A legislative hearing body opens up to the public and brings the public in and asks the public for its input. It tries to open up and hear what the concerns are and be taught what the concerns are from the public. You need to do that, and that's going to take some time. So let's pay attention to the big picture and get this right. Thank you.
Thanks. Bill Russell on Zoom.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Following up on what the gentleman who just spoke, you've received a petition, you've received 2 letters from the former mayor of San Jose, an attorney, Chuck Reed. You've received a letter from me.
Me too.
You've received a letter from my wife, Carol. you've received numerous letters from other members of this community.
Some of which.
What is so frustrating to us and is so upsetting is that there is no acknowledgement by the planning department or thus far by the planning commission that these documents and these arguments have been presented to you and are being debated by you, and that you're going to respond meaningfully to what is being said. That is why there is such fury directed at the planning department and the planning commission. Now, it's not entirely your fault. I very carefully looked at what was being said by the planning department today with respect to possibilities and hypotheticals. But from the questions that each of you asked, it was apparent that you weren't being fully told the worst case scenarios. People have alluded to it, but if the planning department gave you 5 or 6 examples of this is how bad it could be, then you could assess what you want to do. You need to have that information from the planning department. From everything that has been said tonight, it is abundantly clear to me that the only solution with respect to 4370 and 4394 is that you pull back and you use town-owned property for these arena numbers, whatever that number might be that you see fit. It's the only way to avoid all of the problems that we've enumerated here tonight. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Any more questions here? Dale Fowl on Zoom.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Great. Thank you for your time tonight and for allowing me to speak. I've been listening to the conversations all night long, and I hate again to be a broken record, but the safety element should have been done months ahead of the housing element. Many of the issues that you're discussing tonight hinge on safety. And meanwhile, the safety element is just beginning its review. And to be quite honest, I think it's a horrible document. This is the first time anybody in town has seen this as the draft element. Residents were not allowed to be part of the development of the safety element. And to be quite honest, everything you're discussing tonight that residents have brought up hinge on safety and should have been discussed a long time ago. I'm going to urge you to slow down. Let's get the safety element right, because that really does impact everybody's future safety and the general well-being of the town. And so that's my comment. Thank you very much.
Great. So I see one more.
My name is Ella Cole. I'm on 145 Nathorst. I just have one question. I'm a little confused. If we know that the problem is bonus density, and we know that the only way we can restrict it is through town-owned space, why aren't we looking just at town-owned space? Is if we're using not town-owned space, they're able to have bonus density and they're able to have the confessions or all of that. So I don't understand why we're not looking at just town-owned space and starting there instead of pulling towards all of our areas that are affecting housing and safety. Anyway, that's my question.
Okay, thanks. Great, I see no more public comments. I'm gonna officially close the public comments. How about a 5-minute bio break? It's 9:12, so we'll be back at 9:17 sharp. Welcome back. I think Laura's going to try to answer some of the questions that were brought up in the public comments.
Okay, and then I think the planning commissioners might have some input as well on some other things. Okay. So there's a question about who monitors the income levels and the people that live in affordable units and who manages this. So the town does not have any current infrastructure for this, but other cities and towns do. And there's well-established professional protocols. So there's entire systems for how people are screened, their income is screened. There's professional people who run affordable housing programs or below market rate BMR housing programs. There's all types of rules and structure around this. So other cities have been doing it for many, many years. And the assumption is that the town would need to develop that infrastructure to be able to manage those projects in the same way. It's done different ways in different places. It's sometimes done through like joint agreements with other cities. It's sometimes done by a consultant. It's sometimes done by professional real estate folks that have specialties in this. And it's sometimes done by city staff in larger cities. So that will have to be established once there's deed restricted affordable housing units in town. Related to that and related to another question as well, related to density bonus, it's typical that the size of the market rate units and the size of the affordable housing units have to be the same. And so kind of to the question that came up about, could they make their density bonus units 5,000 square feet? Then they'd have to make all of their BMR units 5,000 square feet too. And so then that's why it doesn't work out from a practical point of view to do that. So usually they have to be comparable in finish and they have to be the same size. So an example from another community I've worked in is a developer tried to put all the BMR units next to the dumpster. So you can't do that. And so that's written into procedures and into what's called a BMR agreement when you have an application that comes forward. There's a question about the general plan map and who can change it. Only the town council can change the general plan map and only after recommendation by the planning commission. So that's a requirement of state law. And so as part of this process, there'll be amendments to the general plan map. And then the planning commission will have to weigh in and provide any recommendations. And then the town council has to ultimately approve it. I think underlying question under that is, can the staff change the general plan map? And the answer is no. There was comments and kind of questions about state density bonus being made for developers. This is Margaret Blair's comment. Thank you for bringing this up. We would actually kind of disagree with what you said, and I'm happy to talk to you about it further offline if you would like. State density bonus does not exempt people from an environmental review process. So that's not one of the concessions or things that people could ask for. So if you want to talk about it, let me know, but I wanted people to be aware of that. Then I've got a couple things to mention here. We, as you know, have a team. They're not all here in person. There's questions about earlier from Commissioner Targ that I think people were also interested in. One of the things we're thinking about for the opt-in is that we could say that 2 units were allowed if ADUs were proposed, and if no ADUs proposed, then 4 single-family units. So we do kind of have some ideas, but your earlier point, Commissioner, is well taken about needing to confirm that with the law. And then there's also a concept that we wanted to make sure people are aware of as you're thinking about timing of this. And this is related to state law for the rezonings. So the state law varies in how it describes adoption of the housing element and how it adopts and how it describes the zoning code amendments that are required to implement the housing element. So those 2 things are described differently in the state law. So if we don't do the rezonings by January 31st of 2023, then we're subject to certain provisions in the law. And the most important of those are 2 things. That one of them is a by right approval. So projects would not be allowed to go through a discretionary process. And then the other one that's really important is there are minimum density requirements. So if we don't do the zoning by January of 2023, then every project is required to have a minimum density of 16 units per site. So the sites that we have in the housing element that are, if there's an affordable housing component, then it has to be allowed to be 16 units. And so when we were working on the schedule, we explained this to the town council, and their direction was to finish the zoning by January of 2023 so that we could avoid those consequences, which were felt to be significant consequences for the town. So happy to try to, talk any more about that. And as the chair mentioned before we started this conversation, staff is working under the direction of the council in terms of completing this on the timeline that's outlined by the state. But we recognize, my job is about the process and not about the specific outcome. And so if the council directed us to do it a different way, then we would do it a different way. So we're moving forward with that feedback that we've received. And if something else different comes along, then we'll do it a different way. So I just wanted to make sure people understand what my role is in that process. So back over to the chair. Thank you.
Okay, great. And I had a few more questions to answer. One, Ellen asked, how do we limit the size of buildings? The base zoning, that is what we're going to talk about next week on Wednesday, for the multifamily housing. And this will be what's the setback, what's the height, what's the side setbacks, all those things. So you'll want to come to that meeting. Somebody, a Rusty Day, asked about Judith Haskell's recusal. That was her decision based on the guidelines and the rules. It's not, the rest of us didn't do it to her or anything. He pointed out that both Nicholas Targ and I are recused on the Stanford property. That is part of the housing element, but that is, as part of the housing element, it's just a dictated element that all pipeline projects have to get included. There's not discretion on that. So when we reviewed that, was not a reason to recuse me and Nicholas off the housing element.
And can you move closer to the mic?
Oh, yes. A few people mentioned, why don't we use town-owned space because it avoids the bonus density. And, we are doing that for the Ford field space. I was on the housing element, as was my colleague Nicholas. We started back in August of 2021. So we worked a long time, tons of meetings, 15 meetings, maybe many hours, going over all the sites possible. I just would urge people, if they think there's a town-owned site and they want to rally people around, I would be all ears, but the choices are not that many. It's, like the Frog Pond, the Road Remnant, it's the soccer field over here, it's the softball field, maybe other space around the town center. If that's what you think is a better site, you need to go rally people for that. The committee that we were on that was residents, we brainstorm, talk to residents, talk to people. I went out and looked at sites. I know it's not perfect, but it's the best compromise we could come up with. It's some sites here, some sites there, some town owned, some other sites, some of it's spread out, some not. I know it's not perfect, but I just urge you to find another site if it's out there. That's everything I could answer.
I had,
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
sorry, I had one too that I had learned about. So, and I think it came with what does it mean on that Mayforce Triangle map and the designation of the open space or what have you. I ended up looking into that way back when we were looking at the Neely property, because it turns out that somebody wrote preserve across a big chunk of the Neely property. And if you actually look more closely into the general plan, it actually has a whole description, a paragraph about what does that mean when we write that down. And in the general plan, it means that if it were possible in the future, if somebody were to donate the land or somebody wanted to buy it on behalf of the town, that is something that the general plan would encourage, doesn't require it, would encourage it. In the case of the Neely property, they had to get a CUP, which meant that
We had some negotiations with them about trying to keep that open. But let's be clear, this, the fact that somebody's written to the general plan that you'd like it to be an open space does not change the individual property owner's rights. It doesn't go away. And even on the Neely property, if that CUP were to go away, that could become another residential housing operation, even though it still says preserve on it. So, or open space. It doesn't mean it's the same open space as, say, the Mid-Penn open space that has, you know, conservation easements against it and is dedicated for that purpose. So I think people get a little confused in there. But again, it's a statement of what people like and what would the town like to see. In this case, the discussion is, well, maybe that's not as important as it used to be, quite frankly, which I know is not what you want to hear. But from a legal perspective, that piece of property always had, even with the current writing on it, the owner of had the right to develop it under its original zoning laws. So there was never going to be left open forever unless they decided to give it to the town or something like that.
And through the chair, it might be worthwhile for the town attorney to just briefly explain, like, there is an agency that regulates conflicts of interest for government officials. So just to briefly explain what that agency is, it's not something the town is doing.
That's good. Great idea. Thanks, Cara.
Sure. So the conflict of interest laws are set forth in state law, and there are a set of regulations that are adopted and enforced by the Fair Political Practices Committee, known as the FPPC. These regulations are very complicated. They are very fact specific. They involve a lot of analysis and interpretation. And basically the regulations put the onus on the public official to analyze a situation to determine whether a conflict exists. And it's up to each individual public official to make that decision on their own. The town attorney is typically consulted when it comes to interpreting these regulations, but it is very important that officials be given latitude to make these decisions on their own, because there are severe consequences if these conflict of interest rules are violated. There's criminal penalties. And when I talk to public officials, I make it very clear that it is a personal decision. You need to balance your own ethical principles, and it's very common for public officials they take these rules very seriously. And once you are at the council level, it's entirely appropriate to re-examine these rules. And it's something that is applied on a case-by-case basis. The FPPC provides legal advice on these issues, and it is likely that as we work through these very complicated issues with respect to Commissioner Haskell, as she comes on to the council, that we will consult with the FPPC in order to get additional feedback on this. But at this point, there has been no final decision. I fully support Commissioner Haskell's decision to take a cautious approach at this point. And I think that that's what any reasonable person would do based on the set of circumstances.
Great. Thanks, Cara. Okay, we'll move on to Planning Commission discussion on the topics and try to answer the questions that Laura put up there for us.
You want to see those again? For a
I would
moment?
love to see those again. Oh, I know somebody asked how many people. There's 34 people on Zoom and there's 10 people in the room. And they all seem to be still awake, if you were wondering. like I said, I want to end this at 11. Our two big topics are the general plan and the opt-in zoning. So spend most of our time on that. Hopefully only a little on the third one, the program language revisions. But let me recommend we aim for half hour on each of these first two and see how far we get with that amount of time. Would anyone like to go first and start discussing these? Oh, yeah, let's just work on the general plan amendments right now. And then we'll shift to a new topic later. You want to go ahead, John?
Sure. So general approach. Yeah, I think a general approach of only address the things we have to. I mean, obviously there's lots of interest in the general plan. So keeping it simple and only dealing with the pieces that we're required to do, basically to make it consistent with the housing element that we're turning in, is, in my mind, exactly the right approach. Otherwise, we'd have to have a lot more discussion on it. Approach to the gateway land use classification in terms of keeping it where you have it in the general plan, I think that works fine. I didn't see any particular issue that one way or the other. And in terms of, I don't think I had any other specific comments. I mean, most of it turned out to be pretty straightforward in terms of, as you had indicated previously, that it was really just a more matter of crossing the i's and dotting the t's to make it work. Thank you.
Great. Nicholas, do you have comments on the general plan?
Blah, 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 mute, mute, mute.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so again, for the gateway, I would really encourage you to go through and to look at the various elements in associated plans. I think Commissioner Taylor and I called out the potential conflicts in our dear colleague's letter of now several months ago. That would be an easy way for you to check through. I think that including language, as I believe that you have, or at least started to harmonize the development in the context of the existing elements to the extent possible. Development shall be consistent to the extent practicable with open space values, which are discussed above, for example, would be helpful. Should be consistent with the evacuation and fire safety and seismic safety provisions, with the safety element. Things like that would be helpful to try and embed the proposals more squarely within the document, rather than having them be a little bit of standout nuggets that are embedded in the land use and the various other pieces. Again, in the gateway, appreciate very much the approach. I would again encourage you to look through. You can simply use a Control F function to look for the Dorothy Ford Park as distinguished from the field. And the field is referenced as the active baseball diamond. While there's a thought that we may be able to move to some degree the baseball diamond to accommodate affordable housing should it be built in that vicinity, it's really going to be landing within the Dorothy Ford Park. And so, to use the proper terminology that's already embedded in the GP and the associated documents, would be my recommendation. I think that's what I've got.
Okay, great. Craig, you want to go?
Sure. So yeah, I'll just reemphasize the Nicholas's last point, which is, our goal with the gateway was to make it all inclusive, so we got the most flexibility possible. So I think it's important that we don't end up getting weird subdivisions within the gateway zoning. Otherwise, I think we've defeated the purpose. I'm fully on board with the minimalist approach. I do wonder when we're going to see all the final language and when we're going to get public comments so there's no unintended consequences. I guess it's not completely clear to me, like if we get down to the 13th and that's the place that we get public comment, then we can't really deal with unintended consequences other than to vote no. So I guess I'm hoping we get to see, and the public gets to see, sort of the exact wording that we're going to use for the general plan, so that we can basically get their feedback on unintended consequences. I'm assuming that when we do the zoning, we'll do things like creek setbacks and the like. So that's where we'll capture that stuff. And then I think Nicholas is also sort of poking at it a little bit, but there were a number of issues that got brought up tonight about safety, the safety element, and is parking a safety issue? And I guess I don't fully understand how that's all going to interplay when we go deal with sort of the general plan amendments, but also I guess the zoning stuff is that this sort of things being safe and how much are people allowed to extend within that. I'm going to be interested to see. So I think that's it.
Okay, thanks, Craig.
Through the chair, can I make a clarification?
Please.
This is the proposed exact language for the general plan amendments for the public's consideration and the planning commission's consideration. So we'd only be making amendments to add the gateway if it's, however the planning commission would like to see it, and then any feedback that we receive from the planning commission.
Okay, so you think at this point that's everything we've got?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you for that
After
clarification.
we incorporate whatever feedback we get from you tonight, but this is staff's recommendation plus the
Okay,
gateway.
Great, thanks for that clarification.
Okay, great. And then me, I definitely like this general approach to only address things that are kind of needed for consistency on the housing element. And I like the approach on the gateway. I do have a few specific comments. On red page 26 on our current general plan under conservation residential, it has an A description that's 1 unit per 2 to 4 acres, but then it also has a B section that's 2 to 9 acres. But when I look at the table on page 25, the new one, I only see one line, the 0.25 to 0.5, which captures the A section, but I feel like it's missing the B section. We just look at that and maybe I read it, make sure I read it right. Then also on page 25 on the opt-in, I think other people were already talking about this, and it says that opt-in sites could be developed as a fourplex on a single family lot, but it's really up to 4 units, right? And to me,
Yeah.
a fourplex means one building. That's how I think of it. But really, it could be one big building with 4 units, like a townhouse, I'd call it, or it could also be 4 cottages, right?
Mhm.
So maybe take out the fourplex and call it something else. And then this one's a little complicated, but it talks about the creek that people are interested in. And I just want to make sure this is okay. I'm trying to jump to page 59, red page 59. And there's 2 places, I'm looking at 6115 and 6118 that talk about the 6115 talks about the rear portion of the parcel, 2 corner parcels at Nathorst and Alpine. So that's one that we're talking about. And they say are appropriate for private open space uses related to the uses on the remainder of the parcels. I think as people are talking, it's a little hard to read, you know, when it says it's appropriate, that sounds to me like, well, it could be private open space, but it doesn't say it has to be private open space. I just want to make sure that, or does that need to be changed now that we're changing the zoning and putting housing on that rear portion, I guess is my question. And I had a similar question on 6118, also on that red page 59. That says the creek should be preserved in a natural state to the maximum extent possible. I suppose that's still true. Yeah, okay. So it's mostly 6115 that I just wondered if needed any more attention. Then I had a question on the page 63 where the map, and it describes on the map how we're going to change the map to the back of that lot instead of the whole back behind the creek being designated. Had a name, creek open space or something. Now the designation's only going to be the creek buffer area. Do you know how big that is? Is that known right now?
It's not known right now. We would need to confirm.
Okay, thanks. That's everything I have on the general plan.
Hey, I'm sorry, this is Nicholas, if I may take another quick swing through.
Okay.
If I can call out on red page 30.
Okay.
Footnote 5. There is some additional cleanup, I think, with respect to population issues that you might want to visit.
Wait,
This is in the
say that
land
again,
use-
red page 30. I don't see a footnote on that.
Hold on. It could be page 30 of the land use element. It is footnote 5 of the land use element.
But do you know what red page it is?
No.
I think it's 48.
Yes, I see it now, 48. I got it.
This is short of it. But there's a consistency issue that you'll want to be attentive to there.
That's good.
The other piece is, and I agree generally with respect to the minimalist approach. I think to the extent that we can establish the value of creeks and creek setbacks, the value of maintaining setbacks from the Alpine Scenic Corridor, both for visual benefit, but also emphasizing the safety element. And we do, certainly in one place, you've done that in the context of the gateway. But I think that that could be developed more thoroughly. Similarly, I know that there were ruptures, at least I'm pretty sure that there were ruptures back in 1906 along along Alpine, or a portion of it, Upper Alpine. There probably is probably language pertaining to seismicity that would serve to establish the value of a broader, that is to say, a buffered alpine. So for example, if we had a combination of an earthquake yielding a natural gas pipeline release, then it would be important to be able to take those two issues into account. And I think that the general plan is not a bad place, or is it? I think it is an appropriate place to emphasize that. And it can create a basis, sort of a record for the importance of the safety aspect of maintaining setbacks along the corridor. Kara, you look quizzical. What's going on?
I'm sorry. So, yeah, we did try to incorporate that because I know that that was a key aspect of the Gateway project. So on red page 73,
right,
we included
like item 10.
language
Sure.
that says any residential or mixed-use projects constructed along the corridor shall provide sufficient setbacks for the town's use of Alpine Road as a major evacuation corridor. And for purposes of the general plan and in response to, you know, the community's concern that we not take a heavy hand when it comes to editing, and we've, you know, we tried to strike that balance. But if you think that we need any additional edits, I would focus on that particular provision.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. And it's one of these things. I think that was it's a good start. I think that you could do the same thing that you've done there, but also with creeks as well. And there's probably also not only establishing policy, but there is an opportunity to establish the basis for the policy as well. So basically you've called out a measure, which is good, but I think that you can put some meat on it, or you can put the meat up front. Basically, it lacks a predicate. And I think that you could establish the predicate, and one of the measures that could come out of that predicate is to ensure an appropriate buffer to ensure emergency access. So for example, I think they've probably said enough, but I think that you could put some more meat that would serve as a basis for the measure, both for the wetlands and for setbacks as well. Sorry, wetlands as well as creeks.
Okay.
Great. You think you have enough? Laura, did we answer the questions enough on general plan amendments?
Yes.
Great. We'll go to voluntary upzoning. We've got questions here. Does the proposal have appropriate level of town review? Subdivisions of land, keep it flexible. Would commission prefer a first come, first serve approach or a competition? And then other comments. Let me go the other way. Craig, you want to start on this one?
Sure. So let me start with the first come, first serve question, because then I think that basically deals with some of the other, certainly the level of town review. I feel this thing has become this sort of bastard proposal that makes almost no sense to me anymore. What we originally proposed was a competition. Otherwise, I don't really understand why we're providing all these extra benefits. So I very strongly would like it to be a competition, because the idea was to get a couple of really good projects out of this, not just find a way to have somebody do effectively an SB9 subdivision. So I think that's, that's my primary thought on this is, what if we go with first come, first serve? I'm kind of lost at why we're providing all this other stuff to people. Like, I mean, I don't really get what it gets the town in terms of making it better or makes it better for the neighbors or anything. It just seems like another kind of housing program. So that's it for me.
Okay. How about you, Nicholas?
So, one, I've already called out the potential for an unanticipated outcome, and town attorney has more homework, on that. I would concur with Commissioner Taylor. I think we have an opportunity to do two things. And one is to do something as a pilot project, as we've talked about, to create something really special that's of value, not just for the applicant who is gaining additional density, but for the town as a whole in a couple of ways. That is providing additional housing and then providing some really thoughtful and interesting opportunities to provide housing in ways that wouldn't otherwise be permitted. So, and one of the benefits, of course, is to, so on the bubble, increase the number of dwelling units and affordable dwelling units that would be counted towards our RHNA numbers. So I think that that's one reason why we would want to provide some flexibility or some significant flexibility. On the other hand, the flexibility also allows a lot of creativity. And Portola Valley is kind of a town where you can think of the possibilities. And if you add a significant amount of flexibility, you probably also want to maintain a CUP kind of approach. I mean, there's a limited number of meetings that we are probably necessarily boxed into, and we can make that express. But I think creating more flexibility, but maintaining discretion is a value. And if we hold the decision-making for a couple of years, for example, in year 2, year 3 of the cycle, and people will have an opportunity to really think through what they might want to do on their property. And my hope would be that there would be some really interesting and good choices that the town would have before it. So I would be, whether it's a competition or it's a selection among proposals, I would recommend flexibility, but retaining discretion, however, limiting it to some set number of hearings. That's what I've got.
Okay, thanks. How about you, John?
We'll get closer to the mic. All right. Lots of overlap with some of the other discussion in terms of what I have. So one of the pieces that I homed in on here was this discussion about, do we allow multiple parcels and things like that? And that struck me as, oh, now we're just doing a subdivision, and I don't see how that helps us improve, housing for lower income in the town. And I think in general, we were thinking of, in my mind, the opt-in was associated at least with moderate income and maybe lower income, and just being able to effectively do a different kind of subsidization. What that does do, though, some of what, if we make it really clean, then the RENA numbers are likely to happen. So my concern is, so then I go, okay, way I'm reading this, it doesn't really fit with where we wanted to go. So I kind of agree, I definitely agree with Craig and Nicholas on the idea that this was meant to be something innovative and interesting to see if it could actually work, a test kind of a thing. But we've got to make it interesting enough to actually get people to do that, which is why I think, the whole discussion of, well, then we need incentives to try to get people to do this. But given that it's a test and we want it to be a test, I think we have to figure out how are we flexible on this. And I couldn't decide in my mind whether a CUP process as to how you would approach it was better or worse. On the one hand, it definitely adds time and complexity for the applicant. It gives us, I believe, more flexibility though in terms of what we can allow people to do or not do as they move through that process. One of the things I was thinking about here is we were guessing on things like more impervious surface would result in a better potential for shared space. But we actually don't know that because we haven't actually seen any proposals yet. But it's a good guess, I think. But we're sort of guessing ahead of time to try to think what might actually work. I think I like the selection process and the CUP discussion, even though I had the reservations about making that more complicated. But I believe what that means is that we literally have to have like at the end of 2 years, if we don't have like a bunch of applications, then it's time to do something really different, right? It's I either add a lot more incentives or we basically add housing somewhere else to make up for the shortfall. So I guess I ended up down the selection process of some type and try to use a CUP if my belief is correct, that gives us a lot of flexibility about what we can allow in these and maybe be less prescriptive about what we actually allow in the code, but make it clear that those are the kind of things that we want people to try to consider and talk about. Did that make sense when I was, okay. I think that's it.
Okay. On to me. I actually I've always liked the opt-in. I know I'm practically the only one in town, but I feel like it fills in the missing middle. I actually know people, my friends, that would love to live in something more modest than their 1 acre, house, something like a townhouse or a cottage or something. So I want to see this made I'm glad it's only 12 so we can see, but I want to see it kind of like a robust, good program. I do not like the CUP process. It's really takes us a long time to get through things with CUPs. I feel like, wow, that'd just be so discouraging to people to do. I really like all these flexibilities of subdivisions of land, either however people do it for a townhouse or a condo, as you say, not a condo building, but or cottages. I think, in my opinion, we should accommodate all those. I've thought a lot about this competition. I was excited about that at first, but the more I think about it, I really do not think that could work. I feel like when people do competitions for architecture, you know, everything hinges on the judges, right? They make a huge deal about who the judges are because some judges like avant-garde and some like more traditional. I don't see how we do that with a commission. You know, one of us might love one kind of project, another might like another kind. Would they get favored if they were just really small? That doesn't seem right when we're trying to encourage a different kind of housing. So I would prefer the first come, first served. I do have one big reservation, as my colleagues and the staff know, when we try to write new rules, I always try to think, how could somebody subvert this rule and do something that none of us were thinking about? And I do worry, one of my colleagues was touching on this, that there is tremendous pressure in town for people who want to build bigger and bigger single family houses, right? Almost every house gets built to the maximum of its floor area. I would not be happy if people twisted this provision just so they could build a bigger single family house and kind of you can build two, it can be 4 or less. So you could build a 2 unit, you know, and just maybe your lot could accommodate a 5,000 square foot house. But now you build a much bigger one and you carve off a little thing and you call it a second unit, but really it's a TV room with a little kitchen for cooking nachos and getting beer. I would not want that. I also would not want somebody to build a big house and then 3 little houses, but the little houses were for their nanny and their gardener and their someone else. That feels like just a big rich house with, you know, kind of servants. I don't want that. So now I'm thinking, how can we, I feel like that would be using this provision in a way I'd be really bummed at. Can we make a provision that the multi-units, the 2 or 3 or 4, have to be of similar size, like within 10% of each other or something, so that there's not a grand house with baby houses? That's my one big concern, I guess. I think among us commissioners, we should discuss this some more. Do people have any different opinions when they've listened to everybody? Because, you know, it is useful to the town council if we make a recommendation, but if we are kind of split, I mean, that's fine too. We just can tell them they were split on exactly how to implement this. And they get paid the big bucks, so they'll be able to figure it out.
I was going to add one
Yeah,
quick
good.
point, what somebody mentioned earlier, that we wanted to avoid the density bonus potential and sort of think about that. I think one of the questions you answered kind of touched on that, but I thought it was, let's make sure we got that one covered. But to your question, so your concern about somebody being able to do something that we don't want is kind of where I ended up saying, well, then I want a CUP, because I don't feel like I understand enough about, if we just make it black and white, where we might end up on that. And I do think it clearly makes it a bigger problem, which is why I said, okay, if nobody's biting after a couple of years, then maybe we got to do something different. But I agree with you that there's a real potential here, because we really didn't, it was kind of the very last minute kind of a thing added in that we really don't understand it. So.
Okay, so it sounds like we have 3 planning commissioners that are interested in a discretionary process, probably a CUP, it sounds like, but allowing more flexibility in what is proposed, and some sort of process that is where people, some kind of selection process. Does anyone have any feedback on what kind of criteria would be used for that selection?
given that this is a test, I'd be interested in seeing a variety. So I wouldn't, so if every, if we got, I wouldn't say we'd only go for everything that does the big, big mansion that's split into four, or the fourplex or something, right? I'd actually rather sort of say, well, I'd like to see maybe 2 of those and 2 of kind of the clustered housing kind of things, just to see how it pans out and where does it take us. Again, with the idea being that this is meant to be a test and we're experimenting. I'd be, and so those are the 2 we've talked about. If somebody had another proposal, then I'd say, well, let's have variety in terms of what we actually approve is kind of the criteria I'm looking at. Timing could be, what kind of time frame are they working on, so that sooner is better than later in terms of actually implementing it. I think another criteria would relate to income levels. I think, there's a general preference for trying to have more of our, I'll call it lower income, but we've discussed having teachers and other folks, policemen, people who live and work people who work in the town staff. In my mind, that probably gets priority to a proposal.
I mean, obvious things, I guess, like it blends in the neighborhood, but, I am nervous about these criteria because as we see, the neighbors will come out in force. And if it's qualitative, it's, one person's idea of blending in and another person's idea of blending in might really diverge, which I guess is what I'm nervous about a CUP. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't want it too disruptive to the neighbors, but a little disruptive, that's what I expect, a few more people are living there.
Okay, how about our folks that proposed some of this? Nicholas and Craig.
Yeah, I mean, I would certainly say, because we're looking for things that make a project better, not a hard requirement. So in that sense, I think being compatible with your neighbors would be a big plus. I mean, if you had 2 clustered units and one was situated in such a way that the neighbor said, yeah, this is really nicely situated, that would get, in my mind, that would be a higher value project. So I think compatibility with the neighbors, in my mind, is a strong reason to do that. It was a little less clear to me that this was really for low income. I guess it's going to depend on where we come out with low income, but if you take a $4 million property and divide it in 4 and do building on it, you're talking $1 million plus. And, I mean, maybe that's low income. I mean, if that is, that's fine. If we're looking to give people an opportunity to downsize into, smaller units, because when we originally talked about it, it seemed like that kind of clustered housing was sort of that idea that it could be a little bit more of communal living. I think that could be a positive element of a design. But I think, John, you were getting at it. The idea was, we got a bunch of creative people and we have some creative architects in town that we deal with on a regular basis. And I think, that to see what they could come up with was really my hope. And then with public input, I think that's how we make a decision.
Yeah, so Craig, I think you're sort of also generalized what I was saying in the sense of, I talked about low income of that, but you talked about, maybe relatives and the family, or at least that's what I kind of heard behind that. So if there's some sort of the benefit to the community is a factor, I think I'd be weighing, and they might have different benefits to the community depending upon the project, right? If people's kids can move in, I'm okay with that, even if they're not low income, or the parents moved, out.
Yeah.
That type of thing. All of that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I agree.
And I could see, I
think that
could actually
characterizes
see
it well.
somebody putting together maybe really doing low income as kind of a charitable kind of thing out of the community too.
Mhm. Yeah. Do you think you can synthesize this, Laura? Is it too?
Well, I think we can try. We're gonna go in the direction based on 3 planning commissioners' feedback. And then as we move on in this process, we'll have an opportunity for people to kind of express, their interest or concerns into the record so that the council can consider them.
Yeah. Okay, very good.
So
Okay, the only thing that I've got to add is that it's worth thinking about the findings here.
Mm.
And there's a finding, for example, in the planned unit development context where the proposal offers superior design or benefit as compared to the underlying zoning.
Hmm.
And that's, I don't have the language exactly right, but to that end, and I think some of the recommendations or thoughts that were expressed by Commissioner Taylor and Golding could also be added to that. So there's a community benefit associated with that. Looking at the CUP language, harmony with the existing uses. But I think that almost more so than the specific design setback kinds of issues would be the findings that would need to be made.
So I'm assuming then the CUP process would allow people to have exceptions to floor area and impervious surface and other development standards.
Correct. At least that's how I was thinking about it.
Yeah, I can concur. That was my goal. I mean, I think if we see this as beneficial to the community, then that's the reason that we provide additional benefits. So, that list, your sort of example benefits that you had listed, I mean, I think a lot of those were good ones. And even potentially how we divide up the property. I could imagine doing those and possibly more, but with some benefit back to the community.
So we wouldn't have any defined setbacks and floor area? It would all be just discussed under CUP? I mean, I kind of like guidelines for people so they get their design started on the right foot.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think what Laura had proposed was, there were certain bonuses that you could get. They were defined. I mean, I don't know whether we're going to get all this figured out in time to add it all to the housing element in January. I mean, we'll see, but I'm with you, Ann. I don't think it was just a free for all of, oh, just come up with any old thing at all. But I definitely think we can imagine some sort of basic structures to say these are the kind of benefits that you can get.
I guess I was assuming, again, you're making me think, that it would be, we'd be indicating that we were willing to discuss these kinds of items, but we don't actually put a number on it in terms of how we do it, right? So it's like, yes, those are these to me are great examples of things we might. The other one that I heard that I think didn't get written down was, if you had a little bit more height in the center of the project, would that also be potentially useful and not obstruct the neighbors in any way? So I guess I am looking for the maximum amount of flexibility there because I don't think we know what we want. But giving some direction versus leaving it entirely open, I think you're totally correct on that.
And John, I think, when I was talking compatibility with the neighbors, I mean, massing, which is, I think, what you're talking about, would certainly be one of those elements.
Yes.
Mhm. But I'd still want good setbacks, right? So that people
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
push up against their neighbor. Okay.
I guess I was assuming we're starting with the base property, things like setbacks.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
that's kind of
Me too.
where we start. And if they want to go talk about that, that's okay.
Oh, but we do, I think, or what the housing element committee talked about, people have the right to do SB9 units now, right? And split things up, build another house, another ADU. We wanted this option, which we think we can control better. First of all, it's only 12 units, right? And, but we wanted people to think of this rather than just automatically trying to figure out the SB9 path.
And we've made that harder. And we've made that harder with what we just said.
Right, that's what I worry about with the SB9. They got the state right to go do it. They can just march around and.
But if
I
we
don't
create
think they do.
additional flexibility within that envelope, I think that basically, I think we would be trading greater flexibility in design for increased town oversight. And again, just to avoid sort of endless process, if we were to limit the number of hearings, I think that that's something that that we could do. Frankly, it's something
That
that
makes me
would
like,
be.
I would be way more in favor, because our last CUP took us 7 meetings, many very late. I just feel like if I were a homeowner contemplating this and I looked at the history of CUPs, I'd be like, no way, that is going to take forever. So Nicholas, I like if there was a cap on the number of meetings and they can't go past 2 a.m. or something.
I would be in favor of that. Can I also suggest that in terms of criteria, I think that we've put several out there. The ASCC is a very important resource to tap on this. I think that they have both the experience, expertise, and vocabulary that I know that I don't have. And if there were a couple of folks that the town might want to reach out to, or Laura, that you could reach out to. I don't mean to give you work. I know how much you've got right now, but we do have a lot of expertise local. So Ann, if we figure out the limitation on the number of meetings, it's sure nice to have you on board.
Yeah, I'd rather have just criteria and not the CUP, but yeah, let me reserve judgment till I see it all written down. I'm not enthusiastic, but the limits on the meetings helps.
Maybe reaching out to Commissioner Sills on the ASCC might be helpful.
You might recall that those were his recommendations, was to provide incentives for floor area, impervious surface, and the 85% rule. So those were those were already his recommendations.
He's a wise man.
Good, shall we wrap this topic up? Sure. I think we're good, okay. Well, what do you know? We have time for our last agenda item.
Let me just ask.
About the program.
Oh, the program, I'm sorry.
If I'm right, Laura, through the chair, do you have what you need?
I have a lot of feedback.
Very diplomatic.
We will do what we can and bring something back to you.
Thank you.
Good, let's go on to the program language revisions. Let me just leave it that only talk if you have something to say on this. Like I'm fine with staff making the changes that we then get to look at.
So I'm thinking back. So that was something that came out of the Housing Element Committee,
Correct.
right? And they were saying, we've primarily done policy here, and you'd bring back policy discussion to them if there were something came up, but they were kind of handing off. But I mean, obviously here in the Planning Commission, we are getting the detail of what are we leaving out? I'm thinking we're getting all the detail in the Planning Commission at this point. Am I missing something?
I don't think so. Let me just elaborate and make sure we're all kind of seeing it the same way. When we talked to the Housing Element Committee last, we had one meeting with HCD and we had received a letter. And at that time, we had some items to clarify with HCD, and we didn't know if there were going to be more policy issues that were coming up. And so the feedback from the committee was if policy issues were coming up, then they wanted to reconvene and have an opportunity to provide feedback on policy. So that was kind of their general statement. In regards to the program language revisions, they expressed support for staff making those changes because there was, I think, agreement that they weren't really policy related questions. We were just providing more detail. And so we're just trying to provide a very transparent process and make sure that everyone's aware that what we intend is, for staff to make these changes similar to what you've seen here in the draft, and just take that further kind of and finalize that. So you would have that to look at as soon as we're, finished doing it. Because this is kind of to the point that we've received questions about whose role is what. So we're just trying to create clarity around the roles.
So I guess the question is, are us four okay with this plan and with staff making revisions like we see here?
I am.
I am. Nicholas and Craig?
I'm just trying to look at the PDF at the same time. I mean, I'm generally okay with the process. Some of it seems like devil's in the devil's in the details here of, like I was looking at page 87 where it says, implement recommendations of the fire district. And I guess what was unclear to me was, is that an ironclad, whatever they recommend will be implemented, or is there still judgment there? So there were some issues like that were a little unclear to me.
Well, those language items, you could always provide feedback on, right, at the upcoming meetings.
Okay. So you're just asking about the sort of the meta, if you will, of, is it reasonable for you to go in and be making these sort of written revisions?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
And these are, for instance, red page 87, that's the submittal to HCD versus changes to our general plan. Correct?
No, these are programs in the housing element. So they
That will
are
be
changes.
included within the general
They
plan.
are general plan
Okay.
policies.
And I do think you have a wording issue with the implement the recommendations of the fire district.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to get into wordsmithing. I just was trying to understand the level. But you're saying at the next meeting is the one where we're going to try to make sure that there are not unintended consequences.
Yes, I mean, these are mostly written, so I have one business day to finish writing them. So, I mean, my hope is to finish writing them and get them to you for the next packet and not have to wait until the 13th, but kind of depends on how it goes.
Yep, I hear you.
Okay, good. Nicholas, you're fine with this?
I'm fine with receiving the next iteration.
Great. Okay, now we finished item number 1 on our agenda.
Actually, let me say one thing, and that is, I am interested in the cost associated with these items. And
Does that have to be done before January 31st, or you can look into it later? Because
no, I'd like to see it sooner rather than later. So there's a lot of really good stuff here. So there are policy issues, but there are also, as I told my child when he was young, there's some wanna-wannas and have-to-have-tos. And part of that depends on cost. And I don't have a sense as to whether we're talking about another couple of FTEs or whether this is something that's outsourced, or whether this is a financial whether the cost is going to be disproportionate to the benefit for some of the elements.
I think I'd like to bump that question to the town council, as opposed to us trying to decide. We have to understand the cost before we move forward. And given that they're the ones who will be responsible for paying for it. And I just say that because it strikes me as if what you said is very simple, but it could have a huge variation in how much work it is. And I think our task is still get this done to meet the January deadlines. So I wouldn't want to, I would like the town council, maybe that we can ask that of the town council, whether or not that needs to be done ahead of time.
I'd support that too. I feel just so uncomfortable putting anything else on town staff they're putting these things in there because HCD asked for them, right? Not because one of us or the town council debated like, hey, let's monitor this, let's monitor that. I think job 1 is try to get this finished in the time frame that we have. And that means answering the questions that HCD had to the best we have available. And then
Well, and HCD, I don't know, asked for each of these items. And if it is possible to receive a HCD have-to-have-tos, I'd like to know what those are and what the other ones are that are good ideas, but may be more discretionary. So if it's, and again, this is a question for staff's expertise, is if it's possible to prioritize, in your view, what is what's necessary versus what would be desirable. I'd like to know that. And if it's all kind of, we got to do it, that would be important to know as well.
All these programs, though, are in the draft housing element that's been reviewed by HCD and the basis of our comment letter. And so if we start removing programs, that's an issue in terms of HCD compliance. They're looking at our housing element as a whole. You know, how the relationship between the RHNA, the sites, the programs, affirmatively furthering fair housing, you know, looking at all those things together. So I'm concerned that it sounds like we're going in a direction of, you know, and I understand the question, you know, about what things cost and the resources, but I don't think we can really be taking things out at this point. And I don't know if that's the direction you're going.
Well, it may not be taking things out, but the question is, does everything need to be measured in the same level of detail.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I'm following everything measured.
I mean, this is the stuff I was trying to get at the beginning of the meeting when we were in the question session. That at some point, I mean, this is an unfunded mandate, right? That we're getting pushed on us from the state. And so there's different ways to meet these things. And the question is like, I mean, do we do this once a year? Do we do it, you know, halfway through the cycle? I mean, there are ways that we could change the cost of some of this stuff. So I think it's important that we're careful about what we commit to in terms of monitoring these programs. I mean, otherwise, I mean, it's, you know, do we end up needing 5 FTEs to monitor the housing program because we've made it so complicated and there's so much research work?
I mean, to all of these programs, I have tried to bring the perspective of what it takes for the planning and building department to implement them. We haven't proposed more things than we thought would be acceptable to HCD. From a management point of view, you know, I don't want to take on more things than can be accomplished, you know, within reasonable resources. So that's been part of my thinking. Do you know what I mean? In terms of my role as the planning and building director.
I mean,
didn't add stuff because I thought it would be fun.
No,
you
no,
know?
no. Yeah, no, I absolutely, I think you're misinterpreting these comments. I didn't think there was any like sandbagging going on here where you're just like, oh yeah, what the hell, we'll put this stuff in. But we are, as we're refining this stuff and making it more detailed, it's not clear to me exactly what HCD needs. And without some balance against the cost, it feels like we're just saying, sure, we'll report on everything you want, with no eye toward the cost. So, I mean, I guess if you told me, you know, this takes 1 FTE to handle all this monitoring for the housing element, I mean, that's probably good enough. But right now, I can't tell. All it says is this money's coming out of the general fund. So I guess that's what I was trying to get at a little bit was it feels pretty open-ended. And whether it's, you know, the planning commission reviews it or the council reviews it, I don't have a strong opinion to that, but the idea is we get to January 30th without having sense for cost of this order. Seems to me we wouldn't be doing our due diligence. Does that make sense?
It does.
And the answer may well be, it all has to be exactly as it is. And you know, and that's cool too. I don't mean to be facetious, and you have expertise in this in a way that we don't. And also you're closer to HCD. I'm concerned about the town's budget. Maybe that's not my role. Maybe the answer is we'll have 2 planning commissioners on council who will figure it out at a later date, and we can simply say, yeah, council can do it, and that's cool. And that also would be a very satisfactory outcome.
Remember, what I proposed was we check with council first before we take that on and start having the staff do work on it.
I like that plan. Because what's wrong with, you know, we don't know exactly what HCD is going to accept. I mean, they gave feedback, but, you know, the bar is a little unclear. They say jump and you've got to kind of guess how high. And then Laura's using her best judgment of things that would satisfy the regulators, but then not be too onerous. She knows how things like this are. Yeah, why not leave it that our town staff is got the best finger on HCD and how much work it would be, and they're trying to find the balance. There's no magic answer.
Well, and we'll be putting it together into a matrix format so that people can see kind of the implementation of the different steps. So that's something that, I mean, HCD is looking for and is I think a big benefit to the community. So I think what I could do is a middle ground is just to maybe in that matrix, we could have a working, version of that, like a town version, as opposed to the version that we send to HCD that just has a brief explanation of the amount of resources that we think are associated with those things. I mean, that would be something that we could put together with a reasonable amount of effort if that strikes the middle ground. And then council, if they wish to see more, could give us that direction the first time they see it.
Good. Can we leave it at that, you all?
That works for me.
Yeah,
Great.
sounds
Okay.
reasonable.
Thanks. Okay, it's 10:40 and we've now finished item number 1. That is just great. I say we go ahead and do this step 2, but let me tell everybody what that involves. The staff would show us that draft. It's basically them taking what we've given feedback on and then making this is the next pass. We would not discuss it. The commissioners could ask clarifying questions or like, oh, is this, what about this or what about that? We would take public comments. And then this is really going to be a basis of the meeting in a week. We're really going to hash out the details of the zoning code. I'm looking to my fellow commissioners. What do you want to do? I mean, it's also reasonable that we just stop the meeting here and put this item at the beginning of next meeting.
I'd do it now.
Yeah, I kind of like now because, my brain needs, you sort of need time to think about these things, right? Your best ideas don't just pop up the minute you see them. So if we see them now and then they can brew for a week.
And if the public has comments.
Yeah, they got more
sooner
time
rather than
too.
better.
Yeah. Is that okay with you, Nicholas and Craig? And the
Yeah, I'm
public,
good.
get your comments ready. Okay. Okay with you, Laura? Thanks.
Great. We don't have any formal presentation on this. Our intent is to keep the planning commission and the public updated on the work that we're doing. So this is in response to the planning commission's feedback the last time we talked about zoning. And we felt there was clear direction to take things out of the zoning code that did not need to be addressed right now. And so we sat down, we analyzed that, we thought about it, and we removed a few things, not a whole bunch, unfortunately, but we removed things related to private open space, shared open space, and a few things like that, that were really secondary to the main development standards. So we removed those things from the outline now. Then there was also strong feedback from the Planning Commission to get feedback from the Woodside Fire Protection District. So I've been in regular communication with the fire marshal since that meeting, and he's working on recommendations and checking with his resources. And so we've also indicated in this outline the places that we think especially are dependent on feedback that we get from the fire district. So we just wanted to call out to you how we're thinking about it so that you can make sure we're kind of all on the same page about how we're analyzing it. So if you have any additional questions or things that will kind of trigger us to do something and prepare anything different. And then we wanted to have another chance if members of the public had anything that they wanted to add, so we could, again, as you said, incorporate that earlier or be thinking about it. So that was really the intent of this item, is to update everyone on progress and take any questions that you may have.
Great. Any questions or comments, Craig?
Sure. When are we going to get the fire department input?
Hopefully tomorrow.
And if we don't?
It's going to be a really bad weekend for me. I don't know, Craig.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just worried that, are they on the same, tight deadline that we're on to get this done? and to do it right. Because it's, there's a meta issue here that at some point, and we've heard it in some of the public comments, that we're going to end up pushing this thing so hard, so fast that we will come up with an inferior product. So I completely appreciate all the time and effort and work you've been putting into it, Laura. But if we can't get the fire department's input into this in a meaningful way, that's a pretty significant issue.
I agree.
Yeah, okay.
I mean,
Yeah, and
they're a
again, this
separate
is,
agency. I mean, I've talked to Don, 3 out of the last 4 days. So we are in communication on this.
Yeah.
He's working on his own recommendations.
Yeah.
And checking with his own resources and experts. So it's actively happening, and I am just remaining optimistic that it will get here in time for us to give you, the Planning Commission, and the public something to respond to.
okay, yeah. And again, don't take it as, I didn't think you were, I want to be careful, but Doug, I definitely think you're doing your job, right? I wasn't in any way questioning you're doing your job. I'm frustrated that we haven't gotten this kind of input from the fire department a month ago.
I think they're trying to do their jobs too.
Yeah, I get it, but
Craig knows the fire chief. Does it help if he talks to him?
no.
And the fire chief is in at least half of our meetings as well.
Yeah, no, I think Laura's the right person to push this stuff forward. I think I was expressing more the concern if it doesn't come through, then we've got a bigger issue to deal with.
Agree.
Yeah. So yeah, we're good. Thank you.
Good. Nicholas, any comments or questions to bring up now?
I have nothing more to add.
Done.
So it's not really a question. I was just trying to, based on some of the public comments on parking spaces, I was trying to see what we had in there, and did I feel like we'd look, I guess mainly what people have brought up is, does the fire department have any comments on parking? Because that seemed to be a concern. I think the other part we can figure out on our own, but if we put that into the additional list of questions, that would be good.
Thank you.
And I think it's more than that. It's not just the fire department. I mean, it's evacuation, which is not necessarily the fire department's issue. Because that was sort of one question I had out of all this stuff, was this whole notion of how does safety play against all of these different issues that we're talking about.
Craig, are you just talking parking, or did you expand that to safety overall?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it can be safety overall, but even parking is an evacuation issue, potentially a fire issue. I mean, in other words, these safety things often sort of reflect back on multiple aspects of what we're trying to accomplish.
So are you proposing we do anything different?
No, I was just further elaborating on your question that it's not just
Okay.
getting information from the fire department.
Okay.
Yeah, that was it. Sorry, that was too long-winded.
I had just a minor thing, Laura, on, there's a picture on page 100. And for example, it has different setbacks, but one of them is number 4 with a little black circle. That's for the street side setback. But then when I went to the table on page 101, I didn't see the number 4 for what that setback was.
Thank you.
Felt
That's
like there
because
was-
we removed the street side setback, because for the properties that this is going to apply to, if approved, there is no street side setback because there's no corner lots.
Wait, isn't this gonna go for the one on the corner of Alpine and Nathorst?
No, this is the multifamily
I'm
zoning.
sorry. Oh, that's, yeah.
So yeah,
Okay.
so we need to update the diagram.
The
Thank you.
diagram needs
Yep.
updating then. Got it. Okay. That's all I had. Okay, I'm gonna open it up to public comments if nobody else has thing. Great. So people on Zoom or in the room, if you'd like to comment, this is just on this topic. The it starts on red page 97. Just a minute. Great. Bill Russell on Zoom.
Thank you. So I took a look at the general plan amendments in detail. And on Monday, November 28th, I submitted to you a detailed list of questions and comments. And I was wondering, number one, when I could expect to get responses to those very particular, very specific questions. That was my first comment. And I heard tell tonight that the petition from over 80 residents of the town of Portola Valley with respect to 4370 and 4394 Alpine has been submitted, but none of you have received it. And I was curious as to why that is. Thank you.
Any other comments? Yep, come on up.
So we can't hear anything if Ron's talking.
Oh, he is. Is the mic on? It's sometimes the battery goes down.
Yes, switch to the middle. And that one probably needs to be turned on. I'm sorry. The batteries don't even last one night.
Is there a switch?
The other thing we can do is we can use the last mic on the dais. That will work as well, because that mic is always live. I'm sorry for the inconvenience.
Okay, all right, all right. All right, so my first question is, all right, so the fire marshal is going to weigh in on matters related to emergency responders' access to the neighborhoods. And so is the fire marshal going to be presented with modeling? It's going to show how many cars we expect to have on this, parked on the street on any given day for the proposed development? Or what if it's a holiday and all those people have visitors and there's not inadequate visitor parking? Or if it's a weekend and the Hawthorns is open, and just as is the case at the Sequoias or the Windy Hill parking lot, there's not inadequate parking. And so where are all those extra people going to park? They're obviously going to park on our streets. So I just want to know, is the fire marshal going to have all the data he needs? And you know, this is just a, you know, I'm wondering. Well, I don't even ask that one. You know, I just want to make a comment. You know, my concern isn't about what will happen if we don't have a approved housing element January 31st. My two fears are, one was, you know, what is our lack of a adequate safety element evacuation plan. And my second fear is what's going to happen when this housing element is passed. I would personally take my chances with having a unapproved housing element than what's in this housing element. So that's my comment. Oh, and my last, well, I have one more thing, is if Commissioner Sill is the only one who likes the opt-in program, why is it still alive? All right, thank you.
I'm very influential, apparently. Any more comments? Oh, yeah, I might stand up here.
Yeah,
maybe
you can
sit
just
here.
go to the end
Yeah,
of the
just-
dais.
Okay, yes, yeah, I
Okay.
can see you. Okay, that's better.
Yeah, my question is, okay, so I just looked online about the general plan and as far as open space, I don't see where it's just a whitewash thing that can be removed. I'd like to have that checked out. And also, as much as I am not for upzoning, we've spent a lot of time about the neighbors around somebody putting 4 units on their 2.5 acre property where we're not we're not worried at all about all the Nathorst Applewood people that they want to put in, at this point, 11 units on 0.8 acres of property within our neighborhood. So it's like, we're not a balanced act here. And I think we're trying to take the easiest way out instead of looking for better answers. And I really think we have to address the bonus density thing a lot further, because we just still don't have any answers of what it could actually happen. Thanks.
Go ahead, Rusty.
Rusty Day, Pinion Drive. Thank you. The question was asked, are we proposing that you do anything different? Yes, I'm proposing you do something different. Bring the fire marshal in here. I proposed that a month ago and it hasn't happened. I spoke with the fire marshal on Friday. I asked him, had he been contacted by the town to give his comments on this? He said, no, hadn't heard a thing. That was Friday. You are a legislative body. You have the ability to call witnesses and let the people hear what they have to say. I said it before, I have never seen a legislative body use only its chief of staff to inform it. You have the power to bring witnesses in here so that we can all hear and see what's going on. Why isn't the fire marshal here? I have a couple of questions for staff. Has the fire district made any presentation to town representatives regarding the preliminary results of its hazard modeling? Second question, if so, what did the fire district show as the extent of hazard? Very high fire hazard severity zones in town and high fire hazard severity zones. What did that modeling show? Third question, has the fire district shared its proposed fire code with town? And does it contain proposals with respect to minimum separation distance between structures and minimum setbacks in high and very high fire zones in town? And if so, what are they? Last point I'd like to make on the upzoning. The upzoning provisions that are suggested have restrictions that are intended, I believe, to ensure that they occur in non-hazardous areas of town. Well, do those restrictions that are proposed satisfy the fire marshal? Or are we putting these upzoning in very hazardous areas in town? Will you shake your head? Have you asked the fire marshal?
No, but our codes, one of our conditions was not in a very high.
This is not a debate.
Okay, it's also in a high fire hazard, but it is in a high fire hazard zone, right? As long as it's not on a 30-foot, 30-degree slope. Well, 20-degree slopes are as hazardous as 30-degree slopes. And I mean, you seem utterly content with the notion that you've got the answers to these problems, and yet you won't bring the fire marshal in and ask him. It just boggles my mind.
Thanks. Time to hear from Rita.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. as other people have brought up tonight, the whole question of cost. This seems to be pretty rushed. You know, there are so many open documents that haven't been finished, and they all, when they're being deadlined, seem to be rushed also. But in a town as beautiful as this town is, since we haven't had an audit since 2019, and we haven't closed our books at the end of the year for 2019, you know, and constantly asking, and we're taking money out of the reserves, how are we paying for all this? You know, by rushing these things, but then not having anything done, we're paying time and a half, we're paying double time, we're paying a lot of money, but we're actually not having any fruit from all of this labor. And we don't know how much we're actually paying. I mean, I look at the warrant list every town council meeting, but it's not broken down. I look at open.gov, but actually it's incomplete. And if I ask a question, someone's going to be fixing that number. And so I don't ever get to see how much things actually cost that we, the residents, are paying for. And I know there's a couple of residents there, and you know, all the residents on the planning commission are residents of this town. And so we're all footing this bill, but I don't know what can be done different. But I'd like to see how much is this actually costing us. And I know that we've hired the best consultants, but they seem to be spread pretty thin, but the bills are pretty big, and then there's no product. So perhaps we need to slow down a little bit and look at what we're doing so that we can get the most bang for our money, but actually, you know, question those audits, question those numbers so that we can see how much money that we can spend, because we're going to have to spend a whole lot of money on infrastructure. I tell you, once all of these things get approved. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else here? Go ahead, Bob.
Bob Adams, I just have two quick questions. One of them, in fact, both of them were on the presentation that staff gave to us. One was the fault at the Stanford site. I didn't hear a comment on that, and you were going to tell us what was happening there. And the second was the Moritz map and why that's not included in the housing element. I didn't hear either one of those. I'm interested in the answer.
Let's see, Nan Shostak.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Yeah, this has been a really interesting meeting, a lot of detail. One thing that really jumps out at me is that, you know, the housing element and safety element are so closely related, and the safety element is so far behind the housing element. I really think if we can slow down the housing element, maybe we missed the January 31st deadline, but if we can slow it down and speed up the work on the safety element and bring the two in sync, then I think we will have a much, much more acceptable, much finer product in the end, and we'll have something that everyone will be much happier with. So that's it. Thanks very much.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else? Okay, I'll close public comment on this. And then normally we would discuss this, but that's not the plan here. We're just receiving the information, and then next meeting will especially be focused on these zoning details for the multifamily housing.
Can I?
Oh, yeah, do you want to answer any, Laura? Or I know you'd already answered some because they were asked earlier.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Okay, thanks.
There's a question about whether we're going to do modeling on the number of cars on Hillbrook. And at this time, there is not a plan to do that. So that would not be a customary part of this kind of process. So that's not planned at this time. I can tell people when I've met with the fire marshal if you'd be
Mhm.
interested in hearing that.
Yeah.
On Tuesday, the 22nd, I met with the fire chief and the fire marshal. Typically, we meet with the town manager and I meet with the fire chief and the fire marshal usually every other Tuesday morning. Sometimes we cancel, but we met on Tuesday, the 22nd. And Dawn and I have exchanged a couple text messages over the last week or so. Dawn and I spoke today at 1:59. I called him yesterday. He was preparing for his board meeting. We talked on Monday of this week. So those are just some examples of the recent communication that we've had.
Yeah, good.
And then the question about the fault on the Stanford property, the Hermit fault, and the Moritz map, we're preparing those materials and we will have those for the Planning Commission and the public at an upcoming meeting. So that information is forthcoming. It will be shared with the Planning Commission. I'm sorry, I don't know about every single comment. So I'll have to go back and check. Because the materials that are sent to the Planning Commission according to our practice go, do you know what I mean, funneled right into the packets and provided. So I would just have to check and see, you know, we're managing the MND comments also. So I just have to check with my staff and see if they thought they were MND comments and put them in to that bunch. So I'll check.
About what you remind me about?
I don't, through the chair, I don't know. Oh. Okay.
So through the chair, are you taking questions from the public that we can't hear?
Yes.
Yes, Rusty's yelling out his questions. Yeah, repeating them that he said.
Okay, so there was a question about whether the town has received any preliminary hazard modeling from the fire district. To my knowledge, the answer to that is yes. I was not in the meeting. The town manager was in the meeting. It was understood to be preliminary. I don't know the extent of those hazards. There's a question about the proposed fire code. My understanding is that the fire marshal is actively working on the proposed fire code. We have had, I understand that it is anticipated to have minimum separation and setbacks for the high and the very high areas. So that's my understanding. The fire marshal, to my knowledge, has not made final decisions about these things. And so it would not be the typical practice when we're working on something that we call an administrative draft for me to release it before the fire marshal does. So it just would not be appropriate for me to share with the Planning Commission until the fire marshal tells me that it's ready to be released to the Planning Commission. And I asked the fire marshal to either attend the Planning Commission meeting or put something in writing, and he's considering that.
So normal process. That basically,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
we don't need a special meeting or demand that he show up here.
Thank you, Laura. I'm not going to take, I see another hand up, but we've already closed those comments.
I did have one answer.
Oh, that'd
one
be
of-
great. Yeah, answers are always good.
You were asking, if you look on red page 35 regarding what does it mean about open space and the overall discussion. So you were looking at the specific section. There's the general section that talks about how to interpret it. So it's 2136A, red page 35.
Okay, we have commission reports and staff reports. Do any commissioners have reports? I think I hear none. Are there any staff reports?
None.
Wow. And we are not going to do minutes. They came out late today, so we will approve those minutes at our next meeting.
But through the chair, if I could, we did verbatim minutes because the topic was the environmental review. And we wanted to make sure that we captured all of those comments, not just in summary, but verbatim. So members of the public, if you're interested in those minutes from the last meeting, they are in the packet now. The draft minutes are in a revised packet for tonight's meeting. so everybody can see those.
Great.
There are a couple of places where the voices couldn't be heard on the mics. So we're learning, right, this new system. So if people want to see those verbatim minutes, they're available in the packet for tonight now.
Great. Okay, I think we're done. Do we have?
So hang on.
Hey.
Oh,
Hi.
hey, Judith.
Since it's 2:10 in the morning my time and I have waited throughout the entire presentation, I am wondering if you will bear with me and let me make a clarifying comment through the
Yes,
chair.
please.
Okay. So it made it sound, the earlier discussion, that after I recused myself and asked if there were any questions before I recused myself, there were discussions that occurred afterward. I want to clarify that the potential issue was pointed out to me in the last few weeks, just around the holidays, and it has been something I have been talking with the town attorney about and engaging my own counsel. Because we don't have the full analysis at this point in time, what I did decide was to recuse myself from this evening's meeting. I have not gotten advice of counsel that gets me comfortable. I know the metes and bounds of what I can and cannot participate in. So rather than it appearing that I have decided myself that I need to recuse from everything on my own, I need time to get my personal counsel up to speed, and I will be communicating with folks once we have the information necessary to complete that analysis. So stay tuned. I just feel it's important for people to understand that this is not something that I have personally decided. Okay, thank you.
No, thank you, Judith. That's good. Anything else? I think we're ready for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Wow. Congratulations, everybody. 11:10, and we got through the topics we really needed to.
Thanks, Ann.
One.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Good
Ann.
night, everybody.